Hey y'all. Happy Wednesday. I hope you guys are having a good day so far. Oh, I can take these glasses off my head. There. That looks a little bit better. Look what I got on today. My merch came in from the Dutch Buzz. All of Dutch's merch goes to the profits go to charity directly through charity. So, if you would like to go get yourself some merch to support a good cause, I highly suggest it. But we're going to open on an interesting note just because I think transparency is absolutely something that I always stand for and I have nothing to hide. So let's get going and give them something to talk about. I have a buddy here that thinks he's the main show again. So he's taking my pens and all this stuff. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be finishing out March 8th we're going to try to run through March 8th, just so everybody is clear and transparent. There are going to be some segments we missed. I am not attempting, especially as we get further into March and April. There is no way that I can show you every single live stream that has been hosted by every single channel regarding this case. There's just no way. The foundation of this, though, in the first 2 weeks is extremely important to me. See, he just thinks that we're going to have this little fight over this pen here. So it will be sporadic. I will show you the basis of it, though, but I wanted you to see how the first 2 weeks really played out and how the narrative was already built. And then what we're going to start hitting is most of the main interviews, who reposted stuff, where the narratives kind of separated, the big pieces of how social media impacts stuff. So we're going to kind of roll into things. We're going to hit every day, but it might not be every single creator because there's just no possible way we'd be here for another 2 years trying to keep up. But first and foremost, you guys know that I've always said transparency is a big thing to me, and I have nothing to hide whatsoever. There's a channel that I don't associate with, will never associate with. I don't associate with racist, period, point blank, end of story. That's ship sailed a long time ago. They're from what's called a Krama community, somewhere I don't associate with. In fact, I would have never even known this was even posted had it not been for one of my friends. So here we are. So today, I think it was today, this was posted by a channel by the name of Moon and Krama. By its nonsense on the web, been raking it in, correcting misinformation from true crime creators, all on the back of Sebastian Rogers, a missing boy. Bravo, Baxter, new age tragedy pimp. Why don't you monetize off a brutal murderer of a young boy like Gannon, or a complete psycho like Toothless Wade, by releasing some jail calls and really make the dough? This is new age tragedy pimping too. Not really sure what she's talking about. Not really sure what she's talking about there, but I want you to see what she's got pulled up. So what she's got pulled up here is Playboard. So this is what it says. Playboard. She's got days selected. It shows yesterday's revenue. I'm not sure what day this is. It says last 7 days revenue, 1,414.41, 56 super chats. Total revenue, and my understanding is this is overall the life of my channel. Again, I don't pocket watch, so I couldn't tell you all the things. But what I do have right in front of me is my back office. Okay. So what she showed you, I'm going to show you. I'm not going to go into all of it. I'm going to show you exactly. She's showing you my super chats. I'm going to go in and show you exactly what I have here in the back office for the last 7 days. um 195.39. Okay. Let's go to 28 days. Let's go a whole fucking month. Since it's got them so bothered. $841.10. Okay. There you go. 28 days. That's how much I've made in super chats and gifts to this channel. You want to know what I've done with a big majority of that? So let me go over here. Hold on. Hold. So I ran 2 fundraisers on this channel myself. And with that, let me go over here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I was able to not only host these, but donate to them myself. I donated $50 to the first one, and I donated $145 to the second one. I did a couple anonymous off my other card and a couple that were attached to my main card. You can go back and see majority of them in my live stream. I forgot that I tried to add more in there at the end too. I had to go look. Not only that was I able to donate from my YouTube earnings, but I also, Moon and Krama, for your information, out of that $841, I also bought my merch from Duchess with that money. And $7 of that money went directly to charity for this purchase. That is what I also did with my earnings. Another thing I did with the earnings from my YouTube channel was I donated to somebody in our fellow community that was in need and had an emergency. $50. Okay. Guess what? Hold on. We're not done yet. I could really make you guys look foolish, really make you look foolish, and tell you how much I donated over the last fucking year. But frankly, it's none of your business what I've done for people in my community and outside of my community. I'm extremely proud of the things I've been able to do with the income from this channel. You'll never shame me, ever, for what I take in on this channel. Not one bit. I will sit here and hold my head proud for what I have done in my community. Let me find the other receipt. Hold on. Hold on. I was also able to donate $50 to an organization. Let me find the full one so they can see the date on it. On December 26, 2024, $51 to Rain. See that? Because they were matching donations. So because I made a $50 donation to Rain, Rain was able to get $100 off of my $51. I could go on and on. I could go on and on and on. But I don't even have nothing to prove to you. I don't care if you're pocket watching me. That's weird. That's a weird jealous bitch thing. That's a weird jealous bitch thing. If you learned how to do content, maybe people would find value in it. And I'm never going to apologize for finding value in my time that I put into this. Ever. Not once going to ever shame me over this. You won't. You can call me all the names you want. Guess what I'll call you? A racist that nobody fucks with. A racist that nobody fucks with. Because you sit there on panel saying that N-word over and over again, thinking that you have the right to do it. It's 2025. Sit in the bed you lay in. So, is there any other questions that I can answer? Because honestly, I've told you from jump, I have nothing to hide. I've donated a lot of money on behalf of this channel. Wafflehead, who do I support that I'm ignorant of the history of? Please tell me that who I support. Once again, who do I support or sit with this week? Please give me the list so I know who I support. Please, random strangers that I've never seen before in my chat that subbed up so they can say something weird to me. Please give me a list of who I supposedly support this week. Let me guess. Granny's watching. Oh, you people are weird. Oh, and by the way, before this gets started too, because I've got Kyle's permission, because, because I'm a new age tragedy pimp and we make jokes about things, I'm sure the next thing that will be out there is Kyle was never in the hospital. Yeah, he sure as fuck was. Yeah, he sure as fuck is still sick as hell. But yes, he was absolutely in the fucking hospital. Sick as fuck. I guess if you have a problem with that, because I wasn't around for that, Wafflehead, go ask somebody else. Go ask somebody else. You're never going to shame me over something that I was not around for. Ever. You're not going to. You got a problem with it? Go over there. Say something over there. Any other questions before we go back on to what we're doing? Because I frankly don't even give a shit. You guys, the pocket watching, the weird jealous bitches. And I'm going to say it's jealousy because it is. That is some jealous ass weird shit. If you understood the mission of my channel and what we are even doing or talking about over here, you might be able to track, but you can't. You can't. And I'm not going to sit here and waste my time trying to explain it to you or walk you through or try to get you to understand, because if you miss the point of what we're doing and why it's important, and that I'm never going to feel guilty for valuing my time and what I put into this, you probably don't belong here. Angel, there's that too. I even lowered my membership fees. Yeah, I did. I did. Tammy, thank you. I appreciate that. The sad thing is at the end of the day, I laugh about shit like this. I truly am I supposed to feel bad? Am I supposed to feel guilty? Am I supposed to what am I supposed to feel out of this? Am I supposed to bow to some bitch that I would never even talk to or care about in real life that has an opinion of me? No, never gonna happen. Never gonna fucking happen. But I find it so weird that instead of finding something that they're passionate about that they can stand up for and against, they spend their time watching all of the rest of us and saying, oh my God, I wish I could. I built this fucking channel from ground up on my fucking own with support of my mods and my friends and my family. I did this. I did the research into every one of these fucking videos, the layout into every one of these videos. That's my time, my energy, my brain cells that flew themselves at the wall. It's my choice, but I did this. I didn't go buddy up to all these other channels to try and rub elbows to freaking sub grab or build. Hell no, didn't do it. I work my ass off. I do my own content. I don't rely on a fucking Discord to bring me content. I don't rely on everybody else to bring me clips. I do this shit on my own because I'm anal about how I want things to flow and what I want them to look like. I've made plenty of mistakes on this app. I've sat beside some of the wrong people at times. Every week it switches. I just have to wait for the ones that watch from alts to tell me who I'm sitting with this week. You're never going to make me feel guilty. It's just not going to happen. Because with the support of my Islanders and them finding value, we are able to give back to communities around us that are able to continue to do good things. With the support of the people around me, I have been able to give back more in the last year than I ever thought possible to not only my community, the Islanders, but to charities around us, to things that are important to me. I could get up here and boast and probably make all of you look foolish about some of the things I've done for other people. I don't need that pat on the back because it's what I want to do. And it's at the end of the day, money that is given to me to support our mission. And I'm free to do with it as I please. But I choose to reinvest into things that are important to me, like giving back to the community. Maybe if some of you learned what that meant or was like, you might not be so hateful. Anywho, if you have any questions, let me know. Let me know. I have no problem. I don't know what that whole like the scoreboard, playboard, like I don't fucking watch that shit on other channels. I've looked at it a couple times. It always blows right over my head. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I told you guys we hit almost 800 fucking memberships last month and I about fell over. I have a 99 cent tier and my gifted level is $1.99. I'm not going to feel guilty about fellow Islanders wanting to include other people. That was a fluke, a one-time situation that I about fell over for. But jealousy is a pretty ugly mess. You can call me a new age tragedy pimp any day, baby. You're a racist fucking slob. Anywho, yeah. Hazel Eyes, good question. And that's the thing is if these channels, instead of pocket watching everybody else, are actually finding something that they're passionate about. Some of them are passionate about pocket watching. I mean, that's their thing. Cool. That's what they want to do. But if they actually did something towards like, you know what? I have a huge channel. I have over 10K. All I have to do is add a button. But a lot of them think it's going to cut into their money. Their money? Their money? What? That's so fucking weird to me. So fucking weird to me. But if you guys have questions, come to me. Unless you're an irrelevant racist bitch that I've never even blinked an eye at, nor am I sub to your channel, or will I ever anything? No. Like, I owe you nothing. This is for my community because transparency is something that I stand upon. So take that and smoke it. And no, before anybody says, no, that doesn't include my memberships. No, that doesn't include this, that is what she showed. She showed a day view, a 7-day thing. So that's what I'm showing you in my back office. I don't give a fuck where they get the members, I don't care. I don't have to show you even that part of it. I'm choosing to. But I'm also choosing to tell you where a little bit of that super chats and things, I decide to pay it forward. That's my choice. Nobody's asking me to do that. And I appreciate your guys' continued support so much more than you can ever imagine. And in 2025, I look forward to being able to do a whole lot more for our communities around us. Because the island has already almost raised $3,000 for charity. And we are a month in. A month in. You guys did that. You guys did that. It's incredible. And I will never, ever feel bad again. And just so you guys can see it one more time, for transparency purposes, here's those two. A helping hand for the missing was for NCMEC, National Center for Exploited and Missing Children, $1,331. Pay it forward for the Black and Missing Foundation, $1,695.02. There you go. That's the two fundraisers. So with that said, thank you guys. Okay, now I have to catch up. Holy fuck. Miss Upper Thigh, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Mike, thank you so much for the support. Mike says, thank you for the time, all the time you put in your generosity. I appreciate you guys. Bob, you're out of the closet. Bob gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much, Bob, for the gifted memberships and welcome to the cabana. FarQ gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. Bree says, YouTube won't let me gift memberships. So here, have some money. Do with it whatever the fuck you want. Thank you, Bree. Thank you all for the support, the continued support. Seriously, I really appreciate you guys. This is the community we've built here. And Little Horses, that's a good question. The list is very small on actually charities that are on there. But if you have one that you can think of that does something like that, we can, there's a spot that I can suggest them. Absolutely suggest like charities for YouTube to add. So if you have a few that you would like me to ask YouTube to add or check into by name, email them to me. I am behind on email, but I will absolutely get to that. Helen, thank you for being a member for 15 months. Love you too. That Michelle, thank you for being a member for 8 months. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know. Let me see if I can look really quick. Let me check. Let me see. Hold on. Who did you guys say? Missing. Let me see. The MM. Unless it's the full. Okay, so we have NCMEC, Commission on Missing and Exploited Children, Private Investigations for the Missing, the Black and Missing Foundation. Missing and Murdered is what it is. Nope, they're not on here, Bree. Nope, they're not. They're not on there. Yeah, if you guys have suggestions, we're going to do a couple a month. We might do one monthly. We'll see how it goes. 2 a month might be excessive, but we're going to do at least 1 a month for charities, and we're going to rotate through different organizations and try to figure out things. So if you find an organization that you find or are very like connected to in some way, shape, or form, let me know, and I will absolutely look into seeing if they're there and or suggest it to YouTube to add them, request them. I know, Dutch. I told you I had a surprise for you. Dutch, will you drop your link for your merch? By the way, all of Duchess's merch, Hartley, thank you for being a member for 5 months. All of Duchess's merch, the proceeds go directly to charity, unlike some idiots tried to tell everybody recently too. Just off of the purchase of this shirt, $7 went to the charity. So you get something cute out of it and you get a shirt. And we are working on that. I'm still working on designs. I'm trying not to be anal, but I'm being very anal about it. So Duchess will drop her links for that. Again, Duchess and Chasing both have links for merch that support charity. So I appreciate you guys. All right. Are we ready to go? That's my only rant. I mean, it is what it is. I starting off 2025 with a big old, you probably should have just asked. You probably should have just asked, because I'm very proud of what we do over here. I'm extremely proud. You can call it tragedy pimping all you want. I will continue to do what I do because eventually we will make change. That this quote unquote true crime is not what's happening. It's just not going to be. Sooner or later, there will be laws to protect victims. Steph, Annie, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 20. Alabama Nana, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Yes, Kenna, they do the American Cancer Society. Tammy, you know what? You're still an Islander. It doesn't matter. You're still an Islander. Okay, let's go. So we're going to try to run through. We have the rest of the 8th to do. So for anybody coming in that doesn't know what we're doing, we're taking a walk back into the beginning of the case. What we are doing is looking at it from a perspective of how these cases are actually, like a missing persons case, for instance, how they are brought for an awareness purpose, what is intended usually by the families. They are asking for help to find their loved one, and how quickly, sometimes even before the family comes to social media, how they're quickly spun into a playbook of content creation, a content form of sorts by content creators and some media. Some media plays a hand in it too. So up in this series, up to this point, we have looked at from the date Sebastian went missing. And the reason why we're using Sebastian's case is because it's active and ongoing. And it's the easiest one that people have been following to have them understand how this is built into, from misinformation, from discussion groups on Facebook, into a complete narrative that is spun with. A lot of people will go back and say, well, this is where it really turned. This is really where it turned. In this case, Sebastian went missing on the 26th of February. By March 1st, there was a huge significant change. There was rumor mills going around town. People were getting a hold of those rumors, bringing them to social media, creating them into content. And then, I mean, February 27th, a Facebook group, a private Facebook group was started that started going after the parents. A GoFundMe was created within the first 3 days. An emergency custody hearing was filed for. We had creators out here saying that there was active ROs against the stepdad. Incorrect. Like, there was so much misinformation being pushed in these discussion groups about random strangers who all they were asking for is awareness to their child. So let's roll. Thank you, Miss Upper Thigh, for the 5 gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the cabana. All right. All right. Hartley, thank you for the gifted membership. You guys are really sweet. Hey, Vibrator. Hey, everybody coming in. Sorry, I did not say hello to everybody. I came in like a wrecking ball, and I have no apologies. So to carry on with the 8th, we finished off some of the 8th last night, which is really eye-opening because you really see Smiley herself like really pushing a narrative. And the reason for it is because Smiley was pissed because Duchess got the first interview with the parents on March 3rd. Duchess was the first one. And then we watched Peter Hyatt. Peter Hyatt interjected himself on March 8th. And his analysis, who he is seen as an expert, his analysis off of a heavy edited media clip was very intriguing to listen to. He says it's highly edited, but he still puts it out here. And you'll see how that is used in people's content coming up. So we are going to start off with a different stream. Now, this is going to be not because this channel was bad about their coverage. I am showing a level playing field. So people who brought awareness and some who really brought narratives. The next channel up is Mo & Co. Mo & Co is not somebody that I look down upon. In fact, I really enjoyed this stream. They do speculate a little bit, but they pull it back. And in my opinion, this is more healthy awareness versus wild speculation. This would seem normal to me. This is, and you guys are free to feel differently about it. So we're going to start with Mo & Co. Here we roll. Okay. And this is under fair use. Mo did give me permission to play their live stream. We're not going to play the whole thing, but I just want to give you a taste of their perception of this case on March 8th.
We're streaming to both channels again, guys. So if we speak to somebody that you don't see, they're probably on Case's channel, True Crime Karen's. So, and we appreciate her for joining with us today, and we appreciate each of you. Vanessa, it's so good to see you. True Crime Crazy, it's good to see you. I didn't pass along your message.
These sweet Southern voices, actually, like some of these sweet Southern voices, I just love. I am going to speed them up, though, just for the sake of time. I won't go that fast yet, but.
I'm sorry, what, Mo?
I was going to tell True Crime Crazy I didn't get a chance to pass along her message to you yet, but I will.
Oh, that's okay. And Jennifer did it for me. I was just going to ask, if you are not a member of my channel, please consider subscribing. It doesn't bother me which channel you watch from. I promise you that. But if you're not a member, please just consider subscribing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, Jennifer and Vanessa.
One thing I want you to notice right away in the difference between, okay, now we pointed this out when we were doing the comparison of Duchess versus the others. One thing with these channels is you'll notice that awareness for Sebastian, they usually start off by showing Sebastian's flyers. They make sure that they're shown pictures of Sebastian. They give updates from the TBI. That is one thing that is very big with awareness versus the narrative building instantly or coming in for content because XYZ creator is covering it and you can't stand them. So you're trying to outdo them like that. It's totally interesting because Smiley rarely ever shows Sebastian's and she's been covering it extensively up until the 8th. rarely ever shows Sebastian's face. And if she does, it's just a glimpse. JLR, same thing. A lot of the channels that are bringing awareness, Peter Hyatt, no showing of Sebastian, nothing. It's so different to watch how people go about these.
So they thankfully accepted my rose or my wrench today, and they're helping us out. So I really appreciate that. And it's good to see you, Shalima and Nicole.
Figure it out how to use it.
And if that's
12 days too.
hold on.
Ashton, and I see Aaron, it's good to see you. I hope your baby's doing better too. Hey, 71. I've been cruising the YouTube streets trying to find all that I can about little Sebastian, and I see 71 different places. So I think she's really interested too. Yes, exactly. 12 days too long. Oh, that's good, Aaron. I'm so glad.
I'm just going to say this, and Mo has, I've said it to Mo. I'm just going to say this. A 12-year-old does not disappear for 12 days and not a single person saw anything.
Well, he's 15, but still a 15-year-old.
I mean 15-year-old. I said it backwards, 15 and the 12. But a 15-year-old does not disappear for 12 days and no one saw anything. Nothing.
And that is like, to me, that's not bothersome how she said that, because that is like a 15-year-old, nobody has seen anything for 12 days. That is concerning. Again,
I raised 2 boys. I'm telling you, if they disappear for 10 minutes, yeah, I'm going to know something's up.
Yeah, and not to be seen on a camera, one, or not a Ring doorbell or nothing, you know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I figured today
backwards. This stuff like this just gets to me sometimes. So yes, I said that wrong. But yes, 15 years old, 12 days, and no one saw anything, not even on a Ring doorbell. Come on now, people. Come on.
What I had for a plan today was, I always like to get a little summary at the beginning about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. And then we also, a little update about a statement from the sheriff's office. And then also I have a new interview that the parents did last night. They decided not to be on camera for this interview, so it's a little bit different. But I figured that's what we would go through today, you guys. You know that when I have something on my heart that I have to speak about it and do my little part. Like, even, it doesn't matter to me how many people come. It's one more set of eyes to be on the lookout. And I feel like I'm trying to do every single thing that I can do. And I know.
And that is awareness. That right there is awareness. They're telling you, like, it doesn't sit well. Nobody's seeing him. Okay, again, people can have their opinions already. You can kind of tell. But this is awareness, though. I'm going to do anything I can to help, even if one other person sees Sebastian's face. I think that's important. Fact-based coverage is so important.
I know that the circumstances look bad, you guys. I really know that. But I just cannot give up yet. I just can't. And you guys know that I do my prayer community post every week. And I just have it in my heart.
You said right there, the circumstances do not look good, but she cannot give up hope. I appreciate that.
And on my brain that we can give prayers of gratitude for when he comes home. It's kind of like expecting the worst, but hoping for the best, I guess.
Exactly. And you know, Mo, what I'm thinking, if parents won't show their face on camera, that gives me Letitia Stout vibes. I'm sorry. It just does.
This I disagree with, because comparing cases instantly is what true crimers consistently do. And there's no indication that they're anything like Letitia Stout. But this is what happens. And I think even people that cover these might realize, hey, yeah, we shouldn't probably do that when we don't have any evidence.
It just gives me those vibes. It just, I'm sorry. I should have kept that one to myself, but it just gives me those vibes.
We all have our own opinions, and as long as we state them respectfully, I welcome all of them. That's your opinion. That's fine, and I can see why you would have that opinion. But I have to be fair, though, and say that they did show their faces in the interview before that, so they have, you know.
They have. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Yeah, I appreciate Mo, because I don't know who the panel guest is on her panel, but she she's allowing her, but she pulls it back in.
Special place in my heart Gannon had. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, Vanessa's with you. She says it makes her conspiracy side come out. I can see where you guys are coming from with that. Absolutely.
I'm just
Okay.
thinking, and I'm not knocking you on your feelings because you're not a mother. Please don't think that. You're my best friend. I would never say that. But
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking as a mother, if my child was missing for 12 minutes, let alone 12 days, you would see nothing but my face on the TV, begging people to help me find my child. That's just the way I am. You would see, and my husband's just.
We all think that, though, in all honesty. Everybody says that. Like, every person says that you would see if this happened, you would see it. Really, we have no idea how we'd react, and we don't ever want to be in those circumstances. So I think it's, I think it's kind of silly to say that because I have no idea. I'd probably be paralyzed in fear.
Same way. You would see us on morning, noon, and night begging them to begging for help.
Revival, thank you for sharing Mo's link.
Okay, somehow I've done something and I removed you from. It's just me now. Oh wait, hang on. I got us back. Okay, I didn't know that you could press the button.
We will y'all want to know what happened right before we went live? Casey's battery went dead on her laptop. Mo and I were having a pretty in-depth conversation about something that's going on in my personal life, and
I'll be honest though. Let me tell you this: if Mo allowed this to go, I don't know who this other woman is, but if Mo was to entertain that and go down that and like be opened up to like, oh yeah, let's just shred, like let's go down those holes. I think this would have turned, but she reels it back in. She continues to, but they did show their faces. She goes right back to the facts and says, well, this and that. I got to give her credit where credit is due, because to me, people have the natural instinct to go down these conspiracy holes. And so many do not pull their guests back or pull themselves back or anything like that. And she is doing that, which is in this arena. That's all you can ask for.
All of a sudden, my computer went dead.
Oh. Good. Hi, Candy Kisses Forever. I haven't seen you in forever, but it's good to
It has
see
been
you.
a while.
Mm-hmm.
Up to good. I have no idea. Who
Vanessa, are we sure the stepdad was out of town? Well, the stepdad says that it can be verified through phone records. But my question is, when did he leave to go to work? Because usually when people go to work out of town, they usually leave Sunday night, right? So he says that him and the mom were on the phone from around 9 to 12. So I'm not sure where he was or when he left exactly.
Okay, I have a question.
In which people, a lot of people found out later on that he was gone the entire month.
Maybe somebody can help me. Back up here at the top, back up here in the things is the lawyers maybe told them to not show their face. What kind of attorney would tell them that? Maybe I read that wrong. What kind of attorney would tell them, oh yeah, go on TV and say what you want, say these things, but don't show your face. I don't understand that. It gives me bad vibes. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
No, that's okay. You're probably saying what other people are thinking. I just wanted to, so you guys remember it was on Sunday night on the 26th, and his mom said that they had a good day and everything, and then she told him to go to bed, and it was around 9 p.m. And so she was on the phone with the stepdad from around 9:46, I think he said, until midnight. And like Vanessa said, he knew when she went to sleep, just saying. That's right. He said he heard her falling asleep, I guess. So he told her to take the dogs out and get in bed. And she didn't say whether she checked on Sebastian before she went to her room or not. She didn't say that. But then the next thing we know is at 6 a.m., she wakes up to get him up for school. She can't find him. She calls the stepdad. And if you guys remember the other interview that we watched, he said, the stepdad said that he called police. Well, in the interview we're about to watch, the stepdad said that him and the mother called the police on three-way. So that's one difference.
Okay, time out. If your child is missing.
So far, Mo has been spot on with what they've said, the facts of the case. And again, I think that's being made into, a lot of people have tried to make that into something bigger about Chris saying he called he was the one to obviously patch in Sumner County, but they were on a three-way.
Missing and you can't find them, and your husband is away at work. Why are you calling him first?
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with the fact that, again, these are things that maybe it's because I don't look at true crime like this. Maybe it's because I'm still not jaded by all these things and can't go, oh, it reminds me of this case or this case. No, to me, I can't even imagine in that panic. I would call Kyle first and foremost before anybody else, before I even thought of anything. I would call Kyle. I don't find that to be problematic at all. And it's weird to me hearing people pick that apart.
That is a good point. Seal and Amy, it's so good to see you guys.
Hey guys, why are you not calling the police and saying, hey, my 15-year-old child is missing? And at the end of the call, say, oh yeah, I need to go. I need to call my husband to let him know what's going on. Or I need to call the child's father and let him know what's going on. Why is the first phone call that you're going to make when your child is missing is to your husband who is away at work?
Because you're still processing if he's really missing or not. Within those first few moments, am I looking over him? Is he hiding somewhere? Is he around here? You're trying not to panic and think the worst. Calling your husband would be the natural course. I mean, again, I don't find it problematic, but this is where,
Yes, Jennifer, text your husband while you're on the phone with 911.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Like 71 said, she should have called the child's father.
Yes,
that is a very good point.
Hey, Sebastian.
And we later found out that she did call Seth. They contacted Seth at 6:22. Law enforcement was contacted at 6:33, I think.
Sebastian wasn't in his bed this morning when I went to wake him up from school. Did something happen? And maybe he came to your house in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
The father is a sheriff?
No.
Yeah, the bio father. I think he's a deputy sheriff in another county about an hour away. Yeah.
And again, because of title, he is considered a deputy sheriff, but he is a correctional officer for Davidson County.
And hey, cool gamer.
Even more so.
I know.
Well, why would you not call him then? He knows all the police officers. Why would you not call him then?
And no, he doesn't, because he's not a deputy sheriff in that capacity. He's a correctional officer. Big, huge difference. Huge difference.
And say, hey, our child is missing. Sorry.
No, you're making very good points. I hadn't even thought about that, you guys. But
this is where gathering all the facts and knowing all of those things about this stuff is so important before you put it out there, and keeping to fact basis versus wild speculation, because you know where this is headed. You guys can already feel it.
That is a very good point.
Mo tries to kind of give, okay, this is okay. Like they're teeter-tottering.
Wait.
I mean, I don't get it. If one of my kids was missing and my husband is hours away at work, I love him dearly, but I would have called local people first. My mom and dad, my brothers, my brother-in-law, my mother-in-law. Have you seen my child? He's missing.
Yeah.
Oh. But you were just not shaming, but you were just questioning why Katie called her husband. Like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mom. You done got me fired up on this case now. What was bothering me earlier is not bothering me anymore. Let's go with it.
Right.
Okay, so then after, she said it takes about 10 minutes for the police to arrive. And so that at first they issue an endangered child alert.
Mo's got her facts down. I got to give that to Mo as far as like the facts of some of these things. She doesn't go into detail about, no, he's a correctional officer, things like that. But she's got her timeline down.
And that very day. And then the next day in the afternoon on the 27th, it turns into an Amber Alert because of his, he does have autism. So because of that, and he was missing his medicine. And also there was a storm coming in that day. I don't know if you guys remember. I live about 3 hours from there, and it was very stormy and cold. I remember that. So usually, they have to have a car and a description of the abductor. You know, in different states, they have different rules for an Amber Alert, but it did turn into an Amber Alert. And then I think it was 2K, 1,000 miles they looked. And the last thing I heard, I think that they said it was around 5K, 1,000 miles that they searched, you guys. They had cameras looking in culverts. They looked in all the caves they had on maps. They looked, I really think that they did every single thing that they could do. They called in every technique and every agency that they could. I have no doubts that they looked for that baby every single place that they thought of. They even consulted with the FBI to make sure that they were doing everything right, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And and then on the 4th, they decided to turn into more of the investigative side. So they decided to, the ground searches, they pulled that back a little bit, but they did say that they could start again if they had any tips or anything like that, that they could start it again at any time. Okay. And then, you guys, yesterday we heard that a landfill was being searched in Kentucky.
Can I address this statement right here? It said,
Sure.
The Jersey lady said, I think if mom called stepdad before her ex or law enforcement before him, stepdad would have been unhappy. And then stepdad would have just been unhappy. He would have just had to been unhappy. My child's life was on the line. You just have to been unhappy. Jersey lady, I'm so thankful you're here. I really am. But I'm just saying, if that's all it's going to take to set him off, then maybe they need to be looking at him even more. When a child's missing, in my eyes, that child's whereabouts comes number one.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it does. So when they said that they were going back to the investigative side, they decided to search a landfill in Kentucky. They learned that between 5 and 6 a.m. on the same day that he disappeared, that the trash was picked up in their neighborhood.
Oh,
hey, B. Crumbs, good to see you. Yeah, so they did learn.
This is so hard because Mo is doing great with her timeline and her guest. I'm like, shut it. Just shut it. Nothing against her guest. I have no idea who the hell it is, but Mo is doing great with like the details of where the case is at, things of that nature. And the other one's like off on conspiracy land, like, oh my God, true crime. And again, this was March 8th. There's no indication of any foul play at this point in time. Nobody was named a suspect. Unfortunately, shit happens. There has been cases that kids walk off. Really, they do. And getting caught on the weeds of all this shit is what prompts people to just go crazy with these cases.
Yes, 7JC. 71KJC even says it smells like a control issue. I'm telling you, control issues in a marriage are terrible. My brother is in a controlled situation.
And here we go with the personal, like, I really want to be nice. I want to be nice to somebody. I want to be nice, but it's hard when you go into this and people, their personal, they can't see through the trees because there's personal things that everybody can attach to. This happens so often.
In his marriage, it's awful. Awful. She did not even want his kids from his first marriage going into their house when they were at work without calling and asking permission first.
Oh my goodness. There's a lot of issues with blended families, but you know that
there is. But when there's a child missing, that child comes first.
Absolutely. Children should always come first, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And when you get with somebody in the first place, you're taking them and their, it's a package deal,
Yeah. I've told Mo this. I haven't shared it with very many other people. My son is currently dating someone that's
okay. And I'm not going to play more of this. I got to give Mo props. I think she does great with her timeline. but you can already see where we're getting caught up in the weeds. And it's not, it's not Mo. Like, she's allowing it on her panel. And again, typically that is a problem, because if you don't reel that back in, you're heading into the weeds here of the conspiracies. And, you know, whatever, people have their opinions. People have their thoughts, opinions, all of those things. But this is how awareness, like Mo has, she said flat out, she wanted to bring any attention she could in case he was out there. More people. She's great on the details of the timeline. She did great on that. But we really get off in the weeds here because of her guest. And I'm sorry to say that's what happens, but it is. But in order to keep going, do you guys want to listen to more of it? You guys can hit Mo's link up. I think you'll like her coverage on a lot of other things. When Mo is on there by herself, she's great. She is absolutely super detailed with her. I've gone and seen a lot more of some of her stuff. So if you want to see more of her coverage on other things, please go check her out. I'll drop her link above. But just for time purposes, you see where we're going. And I think Mo there. Yes. Mo, you did really good. Honestly, you did really good with your timeline. Absolutely. Mo was very good with her timeline. I don't know who the panel guest is, but she was taking you in the weeds. She was taking you in the weeds into the conspiracy, which that happens. We all go there. I've been there, totally been there. So, and I think you're one of the ones that can see the difference between awareness. Yeah, NorCal. She's really, really sweet. I have to give her credit. Like, I like her coverage on a lot of things, but it's different when there's somebody else up there and you have a friendship. Also, when you have a friendship with somebody that comes on your panel, it's hard to reel that person back in. It's hard to like grab that person and reel them back in if we can't put our personal bias into this when we're bringing awareness to this case, because that's kind of leading in a direction that we don't want to go. So, okay, let's go on to Ikmel, because I think we know what to expect here. So I think Mo's headed down a really good track, though. I actually have a lot of hope for Mo. I think she's going to do great things, bringing awareness for other cases. So I actually look forward to her coverage of more cases, because her timeline was exceptional. She gave a shit about finding out the details of things that to me, that's important. Okay, now we're going to go over to Ikmel, because we got so much to get through.
Let's just watch a little video first before we watch the parents' interview, a new interview that came out.
Sebastian Rogers, a 15.
Oh.
26. The massive search for him is taking a turn as a Kentucky landfill is now being investigated. Peyton Kennedy is live from TBI headquarters with an update on the search and the national interest in this case.
And according to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, that landfill, which is in White Plains, Kentucky, is where the trial.
And she is one I would encourage you guys to go check out. You're never going to agree with somebody all the time on their coverage, including myself. Like, you're never going to agree with everything we say, what we think, or anything like that. But there's grace that can be given, because I think there's some people that you can tell have a genuine heart. And Mo's one of those people that I myself have looked at her channel quite extensively, because she was suggested to me by a lot of people, and she covered this in the early on. So I was like, okay. And it's not a historical thing of her involving herself. Like, she doesn't have any of the history or the problematic stuff like these other creators. Like she said, this was one of her newer live streams that she did. So I say, go support, go check her out. See what you think. I mean, all we can do is hope for more people to see, being fact driven, not getting into the weeds is really important to bringing awareness. And I think Mo has great potential. She reminds me of Duchess, truly.
Crash from Sebastian's neighborhood in the beach area of Hendersonville went on the day that he went missing. Now, the TBI says no specific information or leads took them to that landfill besides what I just mentioned, but this is more of a precautionary measure. The sheriff's office says this is happening to eliminate possible options and questions. But unfortunately, there are still more questions than answers since Sebastian was reported missing almost 2 weeks ago now. I spoke with a podcaster who focuses on sharing the details of missing persons cases in the South. for some perspective on how these cases ripple through communities and beyond. Here's what she has learned from her experiences.
I think it's just really important to keep an open mind when you're.
What's that? It said Duchess. Oh, damn, it started over.
Sebastian Rogers.
And Nikki, according to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, from Sebastian's neighborhood in the beach area of Hendersonville to that landfill, besides what I says, this is happening.
Did Iqmel just say Duchess? Not the Duchess. Mo, now you got to get on the list of triggering somebody. You're too sweet, so I don't think that you'll probably have this happen to you anytime soon. But if it does, if you end up triggering somebody and somebody does you like this, we'll add you to a button.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
I still can't get enough of that shit. I can't get enough of that shit.
To eliminate an answer since Sebastian was reported missing almost 2 weeks ago now. I spoke with a podcaster who focuses on sharing the details of missing persons cases in this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still reading your guys' comments here, but you guys, lives for a lot of people are intimidating. So for her to be as like her timeline was exceptional. It being her 4th live stream, her timeline, I think Duchess and Arctic would agree with me. Like that girl, she's got great potential of helping bring comparisons or awareness in these cases. Like I just see good things coming from her. So she's not one of these. That's the problem too. People are going to say, oh, Becky's being biased because some of her friends like her. No, she's not a constant problematic creator that has done this in case after case after case. There's a big difference there. That's why.
The South for some perspective on how these cases ripple through communities and beyond. Here's what she has learned from her experiences.
I think it's just really important to keep an open mind when you're tuned into social media and these Facebook groups, watching YouTube creators. I think sticking to the facts about what law enforcement has released, what we know to be factual information is very important, and encouraging people to continue to share out the flyers and the factual information and asking people, hey, if you see something, say something.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, good. Then somebody was picking up the audio. Uh-oh. The Facebook groups and the YouTubers. Cancel. Let's take a look at the new interview. We watched the previous interview. Now, in this interview, they did not show their face. This reporter here said that she sat down with Sebastian Rogers' mother and stepfather, and about the current event.
What's interesting to me about Iqmel is his coverage of this was very bland. I'm just going to say it. Like, his coverage of this was not the typical. I don't know why. That's what I'm saying, Ro. She'll end up with a button. She'll be like, oh, God, she's over there. It'll be Mo. But tell me it's not very like it's very bland from Iqmel.
Investigation. Proudfoot, Katie and Chris Proudfoot did not want to show their faces because they say they were too emotional. All right.
First and last names.
Yeah, I do too. I think there was something here that Iqmel, he has changed a lot, but this was weird for me because normally his coverage in this is a little bit more
selling.
I mean, he does get off in the weeds in the next coming days, but he still was just kind of like,
Katie Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
Chris, Chris, last name's Proudfoot, Proudfoot.
After okay, I'm going to give you my personal bias here. So it's coming with bias. My view of Mel is coming with bias. I like certain things that he did, but when he showed the deceased person in the palm tree that was being removed from the palm tree, and there was no like privacy for the family or anything like that, like that was over the line for me.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come.
Mike, I'm so glad he has not touched this. He's really invested in the P. Diddy stuff, it looks like.
Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is. Where
I don't know. Mel just doesn't seem interested even. Like he's not even paying attention really. I'm going to go through it because we've got other ones coming up.
And I don't ever.
8th, there's a lot that happens, but I want to get past the 8th and for the 10th
with me,
and the 13th.
We build little projects here and there. He's always like
he's paying attention, but not really. He's just.
Does that make you feel as parents?
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder.
I guess it's better than going down the conspiracy rabbit holes of blaming them for stuff though too.
We were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out.
It looks like he's reading text messages. Like he's just,
it was fast.
It's very bland.
And we haven't found him.
There's just nothing there.
Yeah. When I got the phone call that he was missing, like she said,
it's just nothing, just relying on, which I'll give him this. I'd rather have this kind of coverage of news sources than what Smiley's been doing.
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah. We've seen this interview. That's why I'm fast forwarding. And if you haven't seen this interview, we just watched it in the previous timeline. So
wasn't there when I went.
Here, let me get to this part.
Still missing all these days later. They even searched the landfill in Kentucky, I guess. Kentucky, out of precaution. I want to see the rest of these comments. It's not loading up. Oh, maybe because I got to be on my Facebook, not logged in. Cannot believe this kid is still missing all this time. And they scaled back the search, but they had a massive search. I think they even bought like the state guard to help with the search.
He's correct on that. Mel just didn't seem interested in this, but he was bringing awareness to it. I can't, he has Sebastian Rogers' new interview. He's not adding a whole bunch of speculation and wild theories, so I can give him that.
If you frown or don't frown, if you have your lips in.
This I did appreciate. Hold on, let me pull that back.
They have their faces recorded. But, people look at every single aspect, how slow or fast you blink, how much you breathe or don't breathe, if you frown or don't frown, if you have your lips in or have your lips out.
I got to
if you look down or up or all the way around or,
And he's right. He called it. This is everything that was done.
Past tense, present tense.
Yeah, I'm not sub to him. I'm not a member or sub of.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm just kind of hoping this kid turns up. It's been now, I don't know how many days, 11 days.
I can appreciate that, though, of him not going with that.
Oh, man.
And jumping into shit. He backed away from this, too. He was one of the bigger channels in the beginning to cover this. And he didn't go in like I expected him to. I actually expected him to be a lot different about this. All right. You saw what Mel did. I'm going through.
Thank you.
And here we go. This is quite, he was absolutely correct on that. So you've seen Mo on the 8th. You've seen Smiley from the 8th. You've seen Peter Hyatt from the 8th. Now we have Josh the Lab. And just for transparency purposes, again, March 8th is where we are in the timeline. His guest is Trevor Lee. So what do we think of here? Let's go. We're going to forward him.
And the significant difference from not yesterday, but the day before is that they were led to a landfill in Kentucky, which I believe is fairly close to where they live. I mean, Kentucky's not too far from where they. About how far is that?
The landfill is within a couple hours of their home.
Hey, Tracy.
Yeah, and so they say that it was out of an abundance of caution. From what I understand, and as they were doing that, there was possibly a hit. And then we find out what is the, I always forget his name. Nick, what's his name? Nick
Harris.
By the way, that is not correct. Smiley started this whole thing about, and that was Trevor Lee in her comment section as we watched in yesterday's part 4. Trevor Lee said that there was a cadaver dog hit at the landfill. Where they were given that information, how they got that information, I'm still unsure of, but that was not what media was saying whatsoever. So wherever that information came from, but Smiley ran with that, and she pinned Trevor Lee's comment stating that. And then here is Josh saying that too.
And he's the reporter from, what channel is he from?
Channel 5 in Nashville.
Yeah. So he reported that there was possibly a hit from a cadaver dog. Now, it sounds as though that the search is over at the landfill. Tell me a little bit about that, Trev.
Nick also claims early on that it's a criminal investigation too. Nick made some pretty big boo-boos in the beginning.
Yeah, so yesterday, the local law enforcement from Sumner County was joined by Kentucky State Police in searching the landfill where the trash from Sebastian's neighborhood goes to. And it was then found out that it was then put out that the trash had been picked up possibly right before he was reported missing. So they went out and found the area where his trash would have been dropped off at, and they had searched through it. And it was reported by Nick Barris that there was a cadaver dog hit. They initially planned to go back out today and search again, but they changed their mind and they were done after yesterday.
Did they say why they were done? Did they said that they went through everything and there was just no sign of anything? I mean, did they give a specific reason why they were done?
No, I don't believe so. They did say that it was that it yielded negative results. They didn't, meaning I guess that they didn't find things that they were searching or thinking that they would find or hoping. And I guess my thought was either they searched all that they thought they needed to, or that a lead took them elsewhere, but they haven't said. Yeah,
because that is awfully quick to close down a search at a landfill. Because I know that when they search those landfills, it's rigorous work to even get to, like that was what, 8-9 days of trash that that there's layers of it. It just seems really fast for them to put a halt to it. And maybe maybe they're just not telling us exactly what they found or what they didn't find, or maybe they found nothing at all. I mean, that is completely possible. However, to me, it just sounds as if it was just really, really fast. I mean, I would have expected them to be out there much longer.
I agree. And it's going to be probably 2 weeks worth of the trash, because if the trash was picked up right before he went missing, and then the trash would have been picked up again the following Monday, then that is 2 cycles worth of trash.
Yeah. And BS asked a great question. What led them to the landfill? Well, if you were to go by what law enforcement is saying, and trust me, they're not going to tell us everything. And I really do think that the reason that, this kind of stuff is going on, and they haven't named anybody persons of interest, they want everybody to keep cooperating with this investigation. If they were to name the parents or stepdad, mom, or bio dad, cousin, uncle, brother, whoever, if they name them a person of interest, you can guarantee probably going to clam up. If they think that they're working with the investigation, I mean, that's just my thought. And I don't know if that's necessarily, 100%, but that's just kind of how I feel about it. And that as long as they can get any kind of cooperation, but the fact of the matter is they have searched that house 10 times, and they were out there again yesterday in the backyard taking photos. What do you know about that?
Not much was said about that, but it was interesting to me that the same day that they had a warrant to go search a landfill, they were also in the family's backyard taking pictures. It was just, the timing was interesting to me, but they did not give any information regarding those photographs, why or what they were taking pictures of.
I mean, I think this is all pretty standard if you ask me, but again, I don't know. But again, big difference of awareness versus, you notice flyers aren't being shown. Sebastian's face isn't being shown, and I didn't miss it either. It's not in the beginning. It's not through here yet.
And there was a new interview given just yesterday. I don't know how many of you saw it. Now, I watched the first just few minutes of it, and we're going to cover that here shortly. We're going to talk about what's going on with that new interview, and I wanted to kind of react to it a bit fresh as well. But let's you have a bit of inside information, as you would call it. So what?
And once again, we have insider information. Shocking.
Why don't you go ahead and just tell us that, we can discuss that here. real quick.
Okay, so I have been communicating with a source that I have close to this investigation. Again, guys, I emphasize this is a source not directly from law enforcement, but someone who is close to the investigation. A camera very near the home of Sebastian picked up the mother, Katie, and Sebastian coming home Sunday evening, and did not show Sebastian leave the house again. It did pick up the trash being taken out at some point, the trash being taken out at some point earlier, and then the bedroom lights going off at 9 and at midnight. And it, again, through the night did not show Sebastian leaving. So again, I believe this to be true. And if it is true, it does show that Sebastian did not leave the house again.
Yeah. And so basically what you got here is you got him coming in the house, never leaving the house, at least on his own accord. And during the night, did you say the light went on again?
They said bedroom lights went off at 9 and around midnight.
And we found out that neighbors were actually talking to YouTube creators. Sweetie Pilo had an inside source too that she was using to talk about, what they had seen on their cameras and things of that nature. So, I mean, you can't prevent that. Sadly, this is what continues to happen. And that's correct. Cameras did not pick him up leaving the house again. But you see where we're headed.
So whose bedroom lights? Was it Sebastian's and the parents?
That's what I assumed. They didn't say specifically, but since they gave 2 times, my assumption is Sebastian's and then the parents.
Okay. And then
this is back on March 8th. This is way before SF got involved. SF was not involved. When Chloe was the PI, he was supportive of Chloe, the PI, and defended her some, but he might have been watching this case, but he was not involved whatsoever at this point.
So what kind of a garage are we looking at here? Is it a big garage?
2-car garage, I believe. And they do park their cars in there. To my knowledge, they do park their cars in there, yes.
Are there trash cans in there? Do you know?
That I'm not sure of.
Yeah. So let's just say that, since nobody else, so no other cameras pick up the young boy walking out the front door, that would only lead to 2 different things. Tell me a little bit about that back door that they have.
It has also been said, at least to me, that the back door is blocked, something about a couch or some piece of furniture that keeps that back door from being accessible.
So it's not like they use that back door, is from what you're understanding, right?
Yeah, from my understanding, at least, if there is that couch there, like I've been told, then it must not be a door that they access at all.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, not a couch. I know. I hate that. A couch, seriously. And I don't know if the couch is blue or not. I really don't know. But so we have a nobody going out. Not even the mother. I mean, they have nobody else leaving the house out the front door, right?
I was told they don't have Sebastian leaving the house again. Okay.
All right. And then they were very interested in this landfill. Sounds like they, the investigation. This investigation has taken, to me, a sinister turn. I mean, when you're searching landfills, when you're searching trash cans, I mean, if you don't think that they have their eyes on the house itself, you'd be mistaken. I mean, 10 searches that's not by accident. They're back again. They're photographing things.
Well, of course.
Who knows? They're probably, if there's tire track, they're probably casting tire tracks, all kinds of different things like that. And so I would expect that they're hot on something, wouldn't you think? I mean, that's just how it feels to me.
I agree, and especially for the fact that they not only went to the landfill, but they got a warrant for it. I mean, not that it takes crazy evidence to get that, but you do have to present something to a judge for them to sign off.
Yeah. So to get, other than just suspicion, I mean, if you're going to disrupt a landfill, which by the way is no small feat,
I mean, it would be, in my opinion, enough for them to say the trash was taken out that morning. That's their trash pickup day. I'm assuming that they want to investigate everything. That doesn't seem hard for a judge to sign off on that at all to me. But then again,
all task.
That's
what they did. Like I said, I'm just really, really surprised that they're done with the landfill that fast. So I find that interesting, and I also find it kind of not. I don't find it suspicious. I just think that I've never heard of a landfill being searched that fast. Never.
And remember, at least according to Nick Barris' reporting, they were up there. They were initially going to go back out today. So if that's true, something changed their mind from when they started again back at the investigation today. They decided not to go back.
So they were never even out there today.
I don't believe so. No, I think they ended up deciding they weren't going back out there.
Yeah. So it means it's possible that they're searching another. They went with a different.
In part 4, we did a bunch of the news articles about the landfill search, what law enforcement or what the news media was learning from law enforcement about the landfill search. If you want to see that, it's in part 4.
An avenue, possibly.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder too if something like overnight or yesterday evening or this morning or something led them in a different direction, because if they were planning on going back, why change that plan so quickly?
Yeah, it seems like it's a very fluid situation.
Yeah.
So we have a brand new interview to look at here. It's an off camera interview. Did they say why they're off camera?
I don't believe so. They may have said in the interview. I can't remember.
Okay, well let's here, I got it queued up here, much better than the day before, and I think it's a whole continuous one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so and I'm going to stop it and we're going to react. So if you want to see this whole interview, what is this station? Is it Channel 5? Again, let me see, who is this here? Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 Nashville. So if you want to watch it uninterrupted, feel free. But we're gonna give you some reaction to it because, well, that's what we do here. All right, you ready?
Let's do it.
PROUDFOOT.
Chris.
Just to start, just so we have it on file, just both your first and last names and spelling.
Katie Proudfoot, KAT.
They did not want their faces shown, correct?
Right.
And they too emotional.
Yeah, I believe that's what it was. It was too emotional.
And now they're holding hands. All right.
Taking notes, I guess.
I mean, hi.
Proudfoot, P.
I mean, are they watching or what?
ROU.
Positive vibes, Seth. Welcome in. We are just watching how this all fell into play, truly. And you can see a big difference between creators that are bringing awareness to a missing child or armchair detectives that are going into sleuth mode. That is basically what we're looking at, because this is a play-by-play. Every one of these cases that gets high impact social media views or in the algorithm, I guess, of sorts, has the same foundation of wild rumors and speculation from Facebook discussion groups that are built into content. And it quickly becomes not about awareness of a missing child. If any of these people cared about awareness for a missing child, that TBI poster would have been plastered, in my opinion. Details of Sebastian would have been what they opened with. Again, I'm not true crime, but I'm sure critical of them.
DFOOT.
Chris, CHRIS, last name's Proudfoot, PROUDFOOT.
So, I mean, first, just as parents, tell me what the last now over a week has been like for you two.
Horrible beyond words. This was an experience that I would have never dreamed would come. Honestly, I can't put words to how hard this has been and how much it hurts not knowing where my son is, where he's at, if he's okay. Just horrible is the best thing I can say.
What about for you?
It's rough. I mean, we were on day 11.
Great.
No answers. And the horrible things that people say just keep rolling in, regardless of taking time to consider the facts and, assumptions is what they're going off of. But for us, we sit here and we wait, and hopefully we'll get an answer, or hopefully walk through our door.
And for anybody that says, oh, that wasn't happening, bullshit, go back to part 1, part 2, part 3, bullshit. You can see exactly how the rumor mill had started cycling and what was being said about these parents. It absolutely was happening from jump.
It's interesting that he says if people basically saying people aren't paying attention to the facts, but unfortunately we have none. The facts we know is when they searched for Sebastian, they found 0 scent trail of him or camera footage of him. So the facts are things point to him not wandering off, unfortunately.
No, I mean, we are paying attention to the facts, and the fact of the matter is none of it makes sense. The facts are that this young man is missing under suspicious circumstances. The facts are their story, his story especially, just seems a little odd. I mean, yeah, Pointer Lover says stop worrying about what I agree with that. I would be less concerned about my public image if I'm not involved and more concerned about giving interviews about how we can find our son. Right away they're starting off with people are casting aspersions on us. Totally. I understand that. And does it help the situation? No. This is hell on earth. Okay. When your child goes missing, this situation is terrible. And all that encompasses this is just a terrible situation. And I understand nothing's going to get better until.
I mean, honestly, though, this is so wild to me. Sorry, I got to say something, because is anybody going to act normal in this circumstance? Again, do I think that any of the parents had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance? No, I really don't. I think there's a lot of possibilities outside of the parents. I think they could be absolutely looked at 100%. I won't be shocked by anything. Truthfully, I will not be shocked by anything that comes from law enforcement. Nothing. I'm in that position where I have no idea. None. Oh, thank you. Positive vibes with Seth. I appreciate that. Today was rough. He showered today and he's been having a real rough time, but I just can't imagine how I would even react, act, anything. Like, people are honing in to the craziest shit over this family, and I'm like, what the fuck? But nothing will shock me. I'm not law enforcement. Nothing will shock me at the outcome of this.
Sebastian is found safe. Reality Wins wants to know why no face-to-face interview. They did one earlier.
Hey, B, that's what I would love to know. What is normal? I guess when all of these people, what is normal? I mean, I've never been in those shoes and hope to never be in those shoes to find out. Like, what is normal? There's no baseline of this. Like, to hear people say, oh, it's weird that they didn't go on camera. I can't imagine. I wouldn't want to be on camera. I probably wouldn't have showered in an entire week, and I would have probably had to be drug out of bed. I don't think I could have responded appropriately. Like, I don't think there's any appropriate response. That's what's so weird to me. But people in these armchair detectives, it's just wild.
In the investigation, not that much earlier, this one, they wanted off camera, and they bailed on the Channel 5 one. Is that correct?
Yes, they bailed on having one with Nick Barris on Channel 5.
So they bailed on Nick Barris and decided to go with Channel 17 Nashville?
Yeah, apparently.
It's interesting. Did Barris have anything to say about that?
No, he just said that they ghosted, that they stopped responding to calls and texts, and that he was going to leave it at that, I guess, because they weren't wanting to do an interview, it seemed.
Yeah.
Which would be amazing.
I was going to say, how badly do you both want Sebastian to just walk through that front door to get that call?
I'd give anything. In a heartbeat, I would give anything.
It's not measurable. Let's put it that way. There's no measurable. Anybody says all it is.
Again, think back to what we saw from Mo. Mo gave a timeline of events. And she goes into, you can watch that entire live stream too. She goes into details. Like, she gives details of Sebastian. She does a great job of like breaking down the details. And she went and scoured high and low to get those details and tried to stick to what was known on March 8th. These guys aren't even trying. They're just, here we are.
You've never sat in these shoes. You've never been in this situation. And I don't ever wish for people to be in this situation.
And what's Sebastian like? What's his personality like? What does he love to do?
Frustrating.
Why are they not part of search parties? Have they been searching?
Not that I'm aware of. I know the bio dad said he was. I haven't heard of that they have been.
For the most part.
But we also found out later on that law enforcement had asked them not to search. We've seen that in news media interviews, that law enforcement didn't want other people out there searching. They directly didn't want the parents. Seth even said that Seth and Chris had gone out searching and checking into leads of their own. So yes, they were doing stuff. And we also find out later that Chris was drove around with law enforcement to search for Sebastian too.
Happy. He likes to laugh and joke and tell you all about everything and then some. He loves games. He loves video games. He loves to play with his Legos. Even building things with me. We build little projects here and there, but he's always a character.
Angel, I'm not sure if he was speaking to Seth yet.
Are there any like weird tendencies that he has that might be able to help people find him in this search?
I don't know how helpful to finding him.
I'm honestly not sure who Trevor Lee's source was at this point in time, if it was Seth directly or if it was the neighbors in the neighborhood. I'm a little unsure. I'm not sure about some of those details, but again, we know by this point in time, Terry Lynn had been communicating with people that were connected to Nina because she was releasing stuff about their court custody hearings and stuff about Chris. So there was connections there of people were really grabbing on to creators, and the rumor mill was cycling.
But he fidgets constantly. He loves shiny pennies, paper clips. He's always like,
if they were trying to make themselves look better by not showing their face, this to me makes it worse.
Oh, 100%.
Whenever we go to the grocery store, he always looks on the ground and looks under the register counter, and he's always looking for shiny pennies everywhere. Paper clips. He loves to bend them out of shape and play with them, fidget with them.
I've never seen an interview like this ever. I have never seen this. I'm not like the encyclopedia of interviews, but I've seen hundreds of these, and never once have I seen anything quite like this.
He loves playgrounds. I mean, we've said it before. He likes fishing and things like that. But
cats. Boy loves cats.
He does. He loves cats. It's his favorite animal. I don't know. He's just He's a good kid.
There are no leads, nothing caught on video. Your son has been missing for 11 days now. How does that make you feel as parents?
I gotta tell you, I mean, these questions suck.
Yeah.
I mean, they're bad. How would you feel if you walked through the door right now? They'd probably be shocked.
Like, what does the word Sebastian mean to you? Like, where are these questions coming from?
How much do you love your son?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. I mean, every day is harder than the last. I mean, we're out, we're looking, we're trying to make sure that everyone stays looking and doesn't let his face
That's right.
fall to the bottom of a feed.
Remember the Letitia interview?
Yeah.
Or get covered by some other nonsense. I mean, we just want our boy home.
When you walked in Monday morning and didn't see Sebastian in his room, what was your gut reaction?
My very first reaction was, oh, he got up and got breakfast. But when I realized he actually wasn't in the house, I've never experienced sheer panic in the way that I did. And basically for every minute since that, not knowing where your child is a pain that I've never.
I gotta say this. I'm really irritated already. As you guys know, I have a bias, so I'm gonna call it out. I do have bias against some of these creators, absolutely, because it's a historical pattern of behavior. They insert themselves. They have very, very channel or tunnel vision on this stuff. Positive vibes with Seth. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. But I guess it really just irks me. There's just something that particularly irks me when they are doing nothing to bring awareness to Sebastian, not showing Sebastian's pictures, not showing Sebastian's face, none of that. But they are honing in on every little thing that the parents say or do. It pisses me off. It really does. You can have your opinions on these parents. We don't have to like these people. They're strangers going through their worst time. But this is where it turns into the grimy nature of building content out of somebody's tragedy versus bringing awareness over a missing child. And although I think some of these people have good intent in the beginning, or they think they're trying to help, they get caught up in the weeds and they don't realize that they're not even pulling it back. But now you also see the foundation of why the green team, I think you're going to see why the green team was selected. I think you're going to understand why the green team has become the green team and who was selected because of their willingness to paint narratives.
I've never known pain like this before.
It drives me nuts.
And walk me through the events that happened, from Sunday leading up.
Steven says they're sticking in present tense as if he's alive. I think in the other one that they didn't. Is that correct? Some of it.
And if you think you're have better questions to ask, go be a journalist.
Yeah, I think he comes in and out.
Yeah.
And please hit that like button. I would appreciate it. Biaz became a member. Thank you so much.
Alicia J, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
And continue to appreciate this channel, and the case and guests you provide us with. P.S. Hi, Trev.
Good to see you, Karen.
Yeah, good to see you.
To Monday when you didn't see him that morning.
And I got to give Trevor Lee respect where it's due that he got himself in way over his head and he backed away from this eventually. But you can see he was all in.
Sunday, we were out and about. We had a really good day. We were out doing our thing, running around. We had dinner that evening. And when we came home, we had a pretty good evening together.
I also find it really intriguing that this woman right here is a part of the approved creators for the green team. This newscaster, this journalist is a part of the green team or approved.
There as well. He was playing right up until bedtime, and then some I let him stay up a little late.
No, Revival, Trevor's probably going to pop in here later. Anyways, he always pops in randomly. You never know when to expect him. Trevor knows I was on that ass. He knows I was on that ass. But I got to give credit where credit is due that he pulled himself out of it, unlike the rest of them. I got to give grace where that's... But he fucked up majorly. He knows that. Spivey, we will move on. Yes, but there is a purpose to what we are doing here. You might not understand what we're doing, but we are going back and showing exactly how content creators make these into stories. This has been an awareness case from jump. It should have stayed at an awareness case. But because of content creators and discussion groups, it turned into this. This is a formula that happens in case after case. And unfortunately, right now, we can't even prevent it from happening to the next case that they're going to do this to. People need to see the bigger picture here and how this is done so people can understand what they are being sold. They are being emotionally manipulated to believe what these content creators are telling you as they go real life on these families over and over again and disguise it as true crime. It's not true crime. This was an awareness case. Should have stayed as an awareness case. Never was. This is March 8th, and it was already in the weeds. So we are going back and looking at that, and then we will be pulling in some other cases that the same formula has happened to. But this is what we are doing because we are absolutely going to be making movements in 2025 towards awareness purposes and allocating funds to proper organizations that bring awareness so families don't have to come to social media. And we are also going to be trying to do something eventually with legislation, getting laws to pass for victims and their stories. That's going to take us a little bit, but we are going to do our best. But I want people to be able to understand because it is such a formula that works over and over and over again. No, you're totally fine, Spivey. It gave me a prime opportunity to explain, so other people are confused too, but that's why I'm doing this. I'm going back so I can show people that right from jump, this was built into content based on discussion group rumors over the parents. People didn't even give a shit anymore. They were running with misinformation, fueling this with misinformation, and it became a targeted attack right from jump.
And when I told him to go to bed, he's like, I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies. And he went to bed.
Probably not revival because she probably
went to bed around midnight. Everything seemed fine. And when I went to wake him up for
yeah, Robin, agree. And here's the thing: mainstream media can have inlaid bias too. Like, you think that they're not hearing the rumor mills? You think that these reporters aren't out there talking to neighbors and getting the gossip and hearing all this shit and going into their interviews with a bias? Crazy. Look how they've reported on Bullhorn Betty's ROs that the parents got. Look how they reported on the injunction. There is absolute inherent bias with mainstream media too. And when Nancy Grace gets involved in this shit, woo-hoo-hoo, the tragedy pimps, they went pimping.
School.
Their hero, Nancy Grace, showed up on the scene. And anybody that loves Nancy Grace, please pull the blinders off and realize that she is the OG Geraldo Rivera.
That's when I couldn't find him. He wasn't in his room and he wasn't in the house. And that's when I panicked.
And when you panicked, what'd you do?
First thing I did was call my husband, and I said, he's not here. My husband said, what do you mean he's not here? I said, he's not in the house.
This shades of Summer Wells. This guy's 3.5 hours away. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. Look, man, this is just me, and I don't do everything perfect, trust me, at all. But I would call 911 if I couldn't find my kid.
I am so fucking sick of this. I'm so sick of this. So sick of this. It's hard out here for a pimp. Can we normalize calling our spouses? Can we normalize that it is normal to have a decent, healthy relationship and you rely on your spouse? Can we normalize this shit? What is with all you people? This drives me nuts.
That would be the first call I make. That's just me. I don't know. Maybe.
And he said, immediately just started, did you check here? Did you check there? Did you look here? And I ran through the house. And at that point, I was hysterical, for lack of a word. And we three-wayed the police. And
also, I want you to take notice of his arms. I'm going to zoom in here for a minute. Okay. Remember those photos of the scratches that you guys have all seen? Look at his arms right here. You can zoom it in. Look at his arms. Where are those massive scratches? You guys realize that those were enhanced. Look at his arm. You can see his arm. We've seen it in the main interview that they used it from to enhance. Under her hand, there is one of the tiny little scratches from the dogs. And now you see how they were enhanced. It fucking infuriates me.
I'm within minutes they were here. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. I know it was fast. And we haven't found him.
When I got the phone call that he was missing.
Spivey, I get where you're coming from because trust and believe at this point, like I dread coming on here and talking about this, but if we can open up anybody's eyes to the fact that this is going to happen to another family, the same playbook of sorts, the discussion groups, people involving themselves, thinking that they're going to solve a case. I mean, we heard Laura Lodge. If you're not going to help solve this case and don't think you can solve this case, don't talk about it. What the fuck? We've heard them say it. We heard Jessica Kent yesterday say that professionals have been telling her to go into true crime because that's where the money is. This is what is happening. This has become profiting off of people's pain is a huge business and it's a huge industry. And we are up against a monster to try and make a change. But trust and believe, we're going to figure something out.
Like she said, we asked questions of where's he at, check this, check that. And then we called the sheriff's department.
You said they called on three-way?
I stayed on the phone.
So she called 911 on a three-way call with him.
Kimberly and I will say, there's no way that these people knew about his private custody dealings in New Mexico without getting the inside scoop from somebody involved in that. And it wouldn't have been Chris. Go back to February 27th, Terry Lynn, in the video that she did. Well, actually, they're on members only. I thought about becoming a member just to grab them, but I don't even care. But she was saying that Chris had an RO, an active RO against him. He did not. He did not. But on the 27th, she was out here slinging around that stuff about Chris.
Apparently, before he said that, he called the sheriff's department.
Jeez. Pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief. Got a relief. Got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly.
Angel, and we've heard that, I think, so far. Smiley in Inside Sources, Clue, and Trevor Lee all had inside, well, and Terry Lynn, 4 creators, all had inside sources that they were getting information from to build content off of.
I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing.
We've already seen this interview. They make some unkind comments and, push back on some of the things, not majorly, but let's get to the meat and potatoes.
It shows no, you're fine. It shows the bedroom lights going off at 9 and midnight, didn't specify which ones. And then it shows the trash had been taken out at some point that evening or that afternoon or evening, but that's what it shows.
And that allegedly there is to the back door there. So this would be to the backyard, the back door?
Yeah.
How else do you know how else you can get to the backyard? Can you get there through the garage?
That I'm not sure of.
Yeah. So allegedly they have allegedly they have a couch in front of the back door that goes to the backyard. They have a 2-car garage. Sebastian was not seen walking out the front door, but Sunday he was seen walking in, correct? With his mother?
It shows them coming home together and him going in and never going back out. That's the biggest thing that I took from that is it doesn't show him leaving again.
And did they say where dad was? Stepdad?
No, but some stuff also is not going to be, I assume, shared.
I mean, he's left out of a whole lot of stuff, Trevor.
Yep.
Like, I mean, there's questions as if was he around that weekend? They won't even say if he was around that weekend. Like he hasn't cleared any of that up. The reporter doesn't ask him. I mean, if I were able to ask this man questions like, where were you there all weekend? What time did you leave for work? What's up with these 3-hour phone conversations?
In which we know from everybody else's statements that Chris was in Memphis, according to Seth. Again, even the parents' statements can't really be vetted though. We know from law enforcement that they've been cooperative and their stories have been vetted. That's where I give credibility. Again, at the end of this, nothing's going to shock me. I'll be honest, nothing will shock me.
I know a lot of married people. I don't know many of them that talk to their wives on the phone for 3 hours. Maybe with your newlyweds or something, especially a guy that's been married 5 times.
I was about to say, he should have the playbook on.
Mo, please please, one thing I will say too, please don't take me like, I'm not looking down on you at all. I came into this making mistakes is why I became passionate about this, because I had tunnel vision in the Marvell and McRae and only covered like a few creators, and it was so much bigger of a problem than what I even knew. So please don't take me like even giving any type of pushback in a negative fashion. Some of these creators I absolutely don't like 100% because it's a pattern of behavior that they do this time and time and time again. But I am no expert nor authority on anything. I think you have great potential, and I hope you continue to do your coverage. I see great things coming out of you with awareness versus the continued exploitation of these other channels. But please don't think I'm like trying to look down on you or anything of that nature. That's definitely not what this is. The other ones, yes, yep, 100%. My nose is in the air.
How to respond? He's had, this is apparently his 5th wife. He should know what he's doing.
Yeah, I would absolutely divorce him if he wanted to talk on the phone for 3 hours like that too. But I mean, I do not understand.
Josh would divorce them if he wanted to talk on the phone for 2 hours. How many of you have been in unhealthy relationships? Tell me you're not in an unhealthy or haven't been in an unhealthy relationship. I have talked to Kyle for hours on end. Like, can we normalize that people like their partners and their spouses, and not every home is ran the different or the same way? Like, some of y'all need to like live in the real world when your spouse has to work out of town and you talk to them like, what the fuck?
I don't understand the like
Donna, right?
It doesn't make sense that phone conversation, and that's verified, right?
Hey, let's be honest.
He said it is. He said the law enforcement has verified it.
That they were on the phone just chatting it up. And oh man, I just don't. I'm not really sure. I just don't know what it is that they're trying to sell that people are going to buy from it. I mean, it's just not. It's not a story that. So basically, an intruder. So okay, he would have had to walk out the garage. Is that what we're thinking? If he did walk away, which I'm not saying that it's not possible.
Aries. I'm single and ready to mingle.
That he didn't. It is possible. But they would have found something. There would have been a scent. There would have been a track. There would have been anything. There would have been footprints. There would have been I mean, if he's barefoot, you would have barefoot footprints, right?
That's true. Positive vibes.
And none of that.
Nope.
I mean, I've had unhealthy relationships, trust and believe. Like the ex-husband, I've told you guys, my divorce was the best day ever. Like ever. That was the best thing ever. I didn't ever want to talk on the phone. Didn't want to know all of the things. But I guess when you like your other half, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, Spivey, that's a good comparison there too. I know a little bit about that case, but I think a lot of people were taken back by what happened in that.
Actually, the way the house is you've got, if you're just standing in the road looking at the house, and I've just seen by pictures, is you can see the front there, and then the garage is right. The driveway is very short, so the driveway goes down and then to the right, and then you've got the garage. So I imagine that the camera that allegedly has picked up the front of the house could also see the garage. I would think, because it faces out to the left at the house, like just a little bit down the driveway. It's a short driveway.
And if I was giving them,
what a fucking jump to Revival from shock jock type commentary and community to true crime
advice, and if they were doing these interviews, and you know what, I'm glad that they are doing interviews. I'm glad, but I mean, first of all, you got to stand in front of the camera. People got to look you in the eye, okay? Because people don't relate to an audio version of an interview when they're pleading. Well, I say pleading when they're talking about a missing child. I mean, you got to be able to look people in the face, and I think that is important. I mean, I understand that, that the mother, she's upset, and if he's upset and all that kind of stuff, it seemed very upset to me. But there was one part of that interview where they asked how he was holding up, and he sounded a little upbeat. Am I right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm doing all right. Oh yeah, that's great. Or whatever he said. He said something. But the big question is, Trevor, what caused, and that's a great Joseph's on the radio, what caused them to search what caused them to search that landfill?
Yeah, because not only are you taking your deputies and your resources up there, you're pulling resources from KSP, Kentucky State Police. And so to put that together, they had the big heavy machinery out there to pick it up and move it. They had the big tarp. They brought out dogs. This is as you've said multiple times, this is a very big operation. This isn't like going through a single trash bin. I mean, you've got to bring.
Again, I think it makes sense, and maybe they didn't know at this point in time that was their typical trash pickup day. But I think searching the trash cans and where all of the trash in the neighborhood went would be common sense.
Multiple agencies, dogs, equipment together to do this.
And you're going through like 8 or 9 days of compacted trash. And It's not like they're like, oh,
No, not at all. Twist. Looking people like, not at all. But then again, if I had a missing child, I don't know. I can't blame them for their reaction of not wanting to be on camera. Nothing they can do. Nothing they've said or done at this point has been okay.
oh yeah, let's put this to the side. This trash can. That's not how it works. What they do is they hunt down the truck. The truck dumps it in a certain cell.
Oh yeah.
The cell gets covered up, smashed down, covered up. And then the next day, more trash from whatever that area goes on top of that. And so you got a lot of sifting to do. I thought, and so it was yesterday that they were searching this landfill, correct?
Yes, they spent most of it, if not all the day yesterday searching it.
So one day, and then the next day, which they were supposed to go back out. So they didn't search at all, according from your information. They didn't search today at all.
Nope.
You know, Leah says covering all. I don't think so. I don't think that that's just a covering all bases type of thing. Because first of all, and I'm not talking about the money. The money it's astronomical what stuff like that would cost. But you're also putting a lot of people in harm's way. I mean, it's just not a good environment to search landfills and to get a judge to sign off on it, you have to have probable cause.
Yeah.
What is the probable cause? We think
we won't know until we know what the probable cause affidavit said.
That he could be in the landfill and then the judge would sign off on it. I don't think that that's how that works. I mean, maybe I could be wrong, but I mean, if a judge is going to sign off on it, they have to have some reason.
Yeah, and I guess if you're really going off of that, you're covering all bases. It's technically even less than that. If you're telling a judge, we're just checking off that he's not out there. It's not even that we think he could be out there, because at that point you probably have something that gives you an idea he may be. Really, if you're telling a judge you're covering all bases, you'd look at that judge and say, we're just making sure he's not here. You can say that about anywhere. You can make sure he's not under this or in that or there. I mean, you could get, what would that give you warrant to the neighbor's house saying we're just making sure he's not there? I mean, you know what I mean? How far does that stretch, just saying we're just making sure he's not there?
Yeah, and the people that, you know, the garbage company and the owner of that property, you're disrupting a lot of business. Not that that's what's important, but all things considered, you're not going to be dumping trash. You can't dump trash. Everything's going to be backlogged. Everything's going to be sitting and waiting, and you're not bringing in new trash. It's a huge.
It just once again goes to show of how thorough they were about what they were looking into.
Undertaking. And that's why I'm so surprised that they pulled up today with no searching whatsoever. Then they released that statement. Do you have that? Can you put that in the chat?
Yes, I can pull it up.
All right. That'd be, and I'll read. I'm going to read the statement from law enforcement. They have made a public statement. Correct. They actually have. We're going to bring that up right now. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Those landfills are very high tech. Seriously, they really, really are. You would think that it's just a free for all. It's not at all. It's a very, very sophisticated, grid. And but the judge isn't going to just on happenstance go, maybe you guys should go check that landfill.
Just so you guys know, I am invading Kyle's bubble.
My workbench, which this guy obviously doesn't have. He has a lab where he does all sorts of fucking criminal investigation work. This guy needs a fucking hobby.
Kyle's lending his opinion again. I'm in the garage because it's windy outside and my blood pressure went up and I needed to smoke. So I came out to the garage and Kyle just followed me out here.
Yeah, fuck this guy too.
And here comes Kyle again to give us his opinion.
Yeah, fucking job, dude.
Go back to the couch, Kyle. I'm gonna get a shirt that says "Go to bed, Kyle."
I mean, I don't know. There has to be some evidence.
Yeah, the warrants really gets me there. It's like they could go there off of just checking all bases, but to get a judge to sign off on that really makes me think they had to have at least something to tell the judge that they want the judge, because the judge is putting their signature on this. I mean, the judge.
So would there be a probable cause affidavit that they filled out?
I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would think so.
Well, yeah. Oh my God, these guys.
Okay, here we go.
Let
me bring this up.
We're gonna watch them get through this, and then we're cutting. These guys drive me nuts.
All right. So it says this is 3/8. Was this released this morning?
Yes.
All right. The search for Sebastian Rogers continues as authorities conducted a thorough search of the landfill on 3/8/24. Despite exhaustive efforts, no leads or evidence pertaining to Sebastian Rogers' whereabouts were discovered during the search. Now, I'll take their word for it, but I mean, they don't have to tell you the truth. Like I said, they're going to keep as much back as they can. Say they found evidence.
No shit.
Now, if they found him, because there is an Amber Alert.
I mean, can you just read the law enforcement statement? Seriously, though, can we just do that? Not once did it even occur to either of these men that Sebastian could have ended up in a local dumpster, as far as anyone knew. And if that ain't probable cause, right, Bree, right. And the last thing they're admitting, thank you for the support, by the way, but they are admitting that they also have him on camera taking the trash out that night before. Like, they know that there is camera footage of him taking the trash out. So they knew it was trash pickup day. That's why your trash can gets taken to the curb. So a trash truck going through the neighborhood, I mean, they're going to, it just seems reasonable, but I guess we're not looking for shit either. Hey, Elizabeth. Yes, Mo's in the very beginning.
Alert. They would have to report that. Okay. But if they found evidence, they don't have to.
And I didn't play a whole lot of hers. If you guys want to go watch it, the link is in the chat, of course. I encourage you guys to go watch Mo's coverage. I didn't want to be mean to Mo because of her guest.
To report the evidence.
Right. If they found him, I think they would probably put that out, because that would be.
No, they would have to. It's an Amber Alert.
Yeah, they would. I mean, that's a major. There's no hurt. If you can't put out every piece of evidence you find, because you still need to find him. But if you find him at that point, you can say that because the world's going to know anyway. You just don't want to give every piece of evidence you find because you still need to find him after that.
Right. And like you said, there is
Moonlight View, 100%. And how do we make change besides allocating resources to proper places and changing laws and things like that? Like, it's such a huge beast, and it is becoming, when we have professionals telling channels that are like almost 1 million subs that the money is in true crime and encouraging them to go into true crime because of the money is in that. I played that yesterday from Jessica Kent. We are up against such a fucking monster of profiting off of people's pain. And it's been around for decades, but it's the new technology and the availability of, everybody's armchair detectives and got to be involved and solve the case. We're up against a huge fucking monster.
It's an active. Amber, can you tell us about the house search, please? Let me finish this and then we'll talk about that a little bit as well. Okay. Sebastian Rogers, 15, was reported missing on February 26th. I mean, it's been some time now.
When these armchair detectives start impacting jury pools, tainting jury pools, all of the things, look at Idaho 4. There's a documentary. There's a freaking documentary out over the case before it's even gone to trial. I don't know. I don't even know how we get ahead of this, truly. I mean, we can do our little part. That's why I'm so proud of the Islanders, because you guys have put your own resources to agencies and organizations that do bring awareness, so families don't have to come to social media and ask for awareness. That is one of the big steps in this, is allocating resources to the proper organizations that do help families bring awareness to their missing loved ones without them having to come to social media and ask for help. We're going to have families that still do it, but if we can support people in their time of need in a more proper fashion, it might help.
2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Since then, law enforcement agencies from across the state have been working diligently to.
One piece at a time is how you eat an elephant. I would never eat an elephant, though, just to be factual, because I think they're beautiful. And there's that. But one small piece, one chunk at a time. Yeah, generally, it's crazy.
Locate him. The decision to search the landfill was made in accordance.
He's got a whole fan group
with an ongoing investigation efforts and information gathered in the search for Sebastian. See, there we go. The decision to search the landfill was made in accordance with ongoing investigative efforts and information gathered in the search for Sebastian Rogers.
I mean, hate to say it, but that's another good one. Another good example, the Karen Reed. I know it's very controversial, and a lot of people have very strong opinions, but look at the real-time cause that people like Turtle Boy, whether you want to believe it or not, Turtle Boy has absolutely had an impact in his cult following on that case. He has absolutely made a ruckus within that case. And will it impact ultimately the outcome? I have no fucking clue. But you can't undo what's been done.
Rogers. So while they said at first there was nothing that led us there, I'm reading that different. Are you reading that different?
Yeah, sounds like that they something, and that's a very common statement too. When they find something in the investigation that leads them to something else, it's basically nearly the same thing TBI said when they upgraded this to an Amber Alert. Is they said due to information found in the investigation into the disappearance, or however they worded it, but basically due to information we found, we did this.
Right. Exactly. Okay. All right. So the decision to search the landfill was made in accordance with ongoing investigative efforts and information gathered in the search for Sebastian Rogers. However, despite the extensive search conducted by trained personnel, including the use of canines, the operation yielded negative results. Quote, while we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering, stated Sheriff Sonny Weatherford. We will continue.
Yes, absolutely. Miss Upper Thigh, absolutely. And you guys, all of you Islanders, I just got to give hats off to you again because, well, we're being shamed because I'm a monetized channel. I don't give a fuck. Don't give a shit. But it's because of you Islanders, that we are able to start funding organizations like the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. You know, $1,300 might keep their lights on, might print some flyers, might help them put up a billboard for somebody, might help in a little piece. The Black and Missing Foundation, we raised almost $1,700, $5 short of $1,700. If we can continue to allocate resources to those causes and help fund those, they can further their reach. And it maybe will help one less family have to come to social media and beg for help.
Continue to explore all available avenues and resources to bring closure to this case and provide answers to Sebastian's family and loved ones.
Now that statement right there is, and maybe just reading too much into this, I do that sometimes. That statement right there, though, seems to be conceding a recovery effort, in my opinion, when they say that they had hoped for a different outcome. Prior to this, they had said they have no evidence that he's deceased. And I get the time frame gives sort of that because you have to be realistic. Could he survive in that amount of time? But them saying they hope for a different outcome, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, let me see this here. So while we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to, so I mean, what were they saying that we would hope to have found him? It's so cryptic because I understand that they have a job to do and they do.
Okay, I can't. Sorry. Can we skip ahead? Are we okay? You guys seen enough of this? You see what's going on here. We've seen the baseline and it's not going to get better. The next one isn't going to get better. I opened with the best one. I opened with Mo. Mo gives me hope in this arena. But if I'm being honest, the next two are complete shit shows. So let's just go. Okay. I can only take so much of Josh. No love lost between me and Josh. He knows that. He comes in here and you guys are going to be shocked though. Okay. Guess who's up? At least we can laugh. Okay. We can laugh through this one. We can laugh. And again, if you're just coming in, we are doing an overview of the optics and how creators build these awareness cases into content to exploit. They're not truly bringing awareness because as you see, you can go back and look at all of the ones. They're not really showing Sebastian's face. They're not showing the Amber Alert. They don't know anything about Sebastian. They're not talking about Sebastian. They're talking about, oh, well, this is weird. This is odd. This is crazy. At least this one we can get some laughs out of at least. There is nothing funny about a child being missing, but Smiley provides content just by looking at her brows. So, okay, here we go. This is just for transparency purposes too. So everybody knows we are moving on to March 9th. So March 8th, there's a few other things that get involved on March 8th, but March 8th was a really busy day. March 9th didn't really have much movement. March 10th, we're going to do this one from March 9th. March 10th, we're going to get into JLR because between the 8th and the 11th, there's a significant change on the 11th, and I'm going to show that. That's where we're kind of heading. So we're just doing kind of an overview, but you kind of got the synopsis of how this started in the first 2 weeks in these first 4.5 parts.
Ooh, H. Davis, Nene, Nut Nut, hello.
And this one, she totally gave up on the brows.
Tony, Hawk, D,
Hey,
Lolly, hello. Robin.
We don't need to hear her say hello.
Was that today? Robin film. Very sad. We still have prayers and hope and pray that something will come to a close soon. I feel it will.
Amy, she's coming up on the 10th.
I do. But he's been missing from his Hendersonville home, Sumner County, Tennessee. I heard him saying that. But I think he also said, was that today? That might have been today.
You saw that comment she pinned right there? Trevor Lee mentioned a trusted source who saw video footage of Sunday evening trash being taken out of the house to the curb, I assume. I wonder if it was the mom taking the trash out. See how problematic these inside sources are to YouTubers, which unfortunately we're never going to be able to stop.
Was that today? That might have been today. Last night, I heard him say there was a source that, and again, none of this has been verified by LE, but they say it's a trusted source where the mom was caught on a video coming home with Sebastian Sunday, the day before he was reported missing.
This is what pisses me off right here. If I'm being honest, this pisses me off. This is March 9th. She knew that there was video footage of Sebastian making it home. So when all of this stuff came out 9 months later with this Texas Roadhouse and they started being like, did he even make it home? She knew March 9th. She knows that there is video footage of Sebastian making it home with his mom. Why did she rewrite the story and act like she didn't know? Oh, maybe they didn't. Because she's fucking straight up drama. Sticking to the facts ain't going to pay her fucking bill. Which, again, make that money. Just do it ethically. God, if we could do this ethically and people could bring awareness to all the missing and really care about bringing attention. But you see, they're not sharing this flyer. They don't care about the missing child. They're not showing the missing child. They're telling you about rumors.
But nobody ever saw Sebastian came out of the house.
Ugh, fucking people.
Nene, I don't know if they've done the lie detector testing or not, but as we all know, those don't hold up in court. Oh, I hate those things because either they hold up in court or they don't. But I think it's just a tool. But you know, I'm anxious to see, and if and when the time comes, if they will take one, have they took one, and did they pass? Of course, it don't mean anything and can't hold up in a court of law, but it will be interesting.
Sorry, I had to. I'm immature.
Hey, Jennifer. Hello, hello. Everybody coming in?
And before anybody starts the bullshit of nonsense, why don't you don't do this, you don't bring awareness. No, I leave it to the people that are good at bringing awareness, but just so you, in case you need to be reminded, here you go. Sebastian is now currently 16 years old. He's been missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee since February 26, 2024. He has not been seen from or heard from since. Here's his proper flyer from the beautiful Duchess. If you want more factual information, just the facts only, go watch Duchess or Arctic's updates that they provide just the facts of Sebastian's case, or go strictly to the TBI website with the proper updates. That's where you will find the facts on the case. I leave awareness to those that are good at it. I'm good at cussing people out.
Again, Nick was on today, and I did catch part of his live. I come in late on it. Again, they still have not named any suspects. Nick's being real careful with his words.
By the way, if you are just coming into this series now and are picking up here, so far we have seen Smiley as one of the people who claims she has local sources because she has family in the area. She has ties to the area. She used that as a entrance to this. When she first covered this, she did bring awareness. She was talking about it very fact basis in the very first time she spoke on it. I didn't have a problem with her first coverage. We detailed that way back in part 1 or 2. However, as time went on, as soon as Duchess did the interview on the 3rd of March with the parents, which were not intended to even come up during that live stream, they opted to halfway through. They came up and did an interview with Duchess to bring awareness to Sebastian. Smiley got her feelings hurt. And by March 4th, the morning of March 4th, she started calling Sumner County, recording phone calls, asking if there were suspects, talking about how the parents were shady and how dare Duchess basically protect them and not let people target them. And then she was sending Duchess's interviews over to Sumner County She was all up in her feelings, and it was all because of Duchess getting the interview versus what was actually factually going on.
And I understand that. Yeah, we're summer. And that's another thing. If it's true, and it would be easily verified that the stepdad was gone way before he come up missing. Well, did he know, or did that only leave one person? My other question is, I was going to ask that later. Don't kill the messenger. It's just me, my thoughts, right?
Oh, I'm so sick of it's just me and my thoughts. Thor, it would be interesting. You guys know I don't claim I'm an advocate at all. I advocate for my real family. That's about it. But most of these people that claim that they're advocates are advocating on behalf of children have never even taken a basic advocacy course whatsoever. They have no training, they don't even know, to call yourself an advocate and then out of one side of your mouth and then the other side call a missing child defective. Yeah, people are very skewed on.
My other thing was, if that's true, and I did give him the benefit of the doubt, let's just say I did. I'm wondering if mom had any, I'll put it this way. I'm just wondering if mom had any company or anything at her home while
Remember this rumor? Remember this fucking rumor?
Dad was or stepdad was at work. Hey, stranger things have happened. Hey, Blue Eyes.
Absolutely, Alabama.
Oh, I do too. I believe that's what the whole 3-hour phone call was about. Something else I would think that they would check. How often did he leave town like that to work? But when he did, was they on a 3-hour phone call? Is it normal for them to do 3-hour phone calls?
God.
Yeah, Ginger Snap. Wonder, that's what I just thought about recently. Okay, because let me tell y'all this. Let's just say this. Look, I understand huge news carriers don't want to come out. I don't care about all that. Okay. I don't.
No, you'll run with all the rumors and build them into anything. But yeah, now going back and looking at this and seeing the baseline of where a lot of these rumors started and concocted from, all over jealousy. Smiley changed her tune about this family because they went on her supposed enemy. In her head, these people are strangers, on Duchess's channel for an interview. That's when she flipped the coin. That's all it took. And that's what happens time after time. That's how these teams are formed. It's creative. It's so fucking weird.
I don't care about the numbers, and I don't care about the interviews, and I don't care about all that.
Bullshit.
Okay? So let me just get this out here.
No,
So,
Nana, please carry
what
on.
if, and even if it wasn't a car there or whatever, but what if?
You guys are free to talk in here. You guys are free to have your opinions. We don't know these people. We don't know. Unfortunately, Sebastian's still missing. None of us know what we don't know. That's why I said I'm not going to be shocked. You guys are free to have your opinions. As long as we're not accusing people of blatant shit that they didn't do, that we don't have proof of. I mean, I'm good with it. The mods might check you before I even do, though, because I get timed out usually before. Anyways.
She had somebody there. Now, if something happened to him in that house, God, I hope not. I hope not. But if something happened to Sebastian in that house and she was there, you got to be realistic.
Moonlight, yeah.
He weighed 120 pounds and he was 5 foot 5 inches tall. And if he was deceased, that's dead weight. Much more than 120 pounds. Could she take care of that by herself? Just asking. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely feel the phone call was odd at the very least. At the very least.
Yeah, she was gutted over
When
that.
you have adrenaline, yeah, maybe.
Y'all, she sped up to 1.5 too.
Maybe. I don't know. Have you ever carried 120 pound deceased? I mean, like, I'm talking about like, not just a little bit. I'm talking like the amount of things it would take to literally.
I mean, I'm going to go out on a whim here and say that most of the people probably have not thankfully carried 120-pound deceased. Like, what the fuck is this? What? Yeah. Oh yeah. She is something else.
You know.
Right, Tebow. Right. Corners.
And I know that's hard to hear, but I don't know. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I don't think carry it or anything. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to think about that. I hope he walks up. I hope the majority of the people are wrong. I hope I'm wrong. It's possible, Mount Melody says. I think something's very strange coming within that household. That's all I can say. But I still believe she was coached through it and they both had something to do with it.
Fucking throw it away. March 9th. March 9th. There you go. I mean, we've heard her do this already. What happened to having hope in these cases? What happened to bringing awareness in these cases? This is not, I don't care who says anything. This is not what awareness is. This is not what awareness will ever be. This is not, we love a child. We heard her on March 8th saying how much they loved Sebastian and they would hashtag Sebastian's friends.
If he was not carried.
If you were hashtag Sebastian's friend, you would never be turned around the very next day and saying things like this. That's for sure.
Out of there by the stepdad.
She drives me fucking
and drove off towards Memphis when he went. But again, that's just thinking outside the box. We don't know. The police say they're cooperating. The police say there's nobody been named as suspects, but police can lie too.
And here we go with that.
Yeah, Patty Ponytail. I pray that he is somewhere getting some kind of food and water.
Man, these people just make me see red.
Yeah. The only thing that bothers me now is if it's true and that camera got him coming in Sunday with the mom, but him never leaving again. That really bothers me. It bothers me. Hey, Justin. And it bothers me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, funny face. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if.
There.
And the only reason I bring that up, we don't know. We don't know if it was a friend there or friend. We don't know how their situation is. We already know he's on a 5th marriage and
see, this is why I even give Ikmail credit. Ikmail, it was blah. His coverage was blah, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't harmful like this at all. You see the huge comparisons in how people are covering this stuff?
He's got a Facebook with a dating site, so you love your membership.
Hold up. Listen to that again.
We don't know if it was a friend there or friend. We don't know how their situation is. We already know he's on a 5th marriage and he's got a Facebook with a dating site, so you love your membership badge.
Where? A Facebook with a dating site? March 9th. March 9th. Just like he has a son in California with the same exact name. She tried that a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, that Chris would have had to have been 7 years old in order to father. She didn't care. She knew it was false information. Right, Thor? Yeah, no proof. They just throw shit out here. Yeah. I'll play it one more time for you guys to hear that. Yeah. They don't give a fuck.
We don't know how their situation is. We already know he's on a 5th marriage and he's got a
Yeah.
Facebook with a dating site. So
a Facebook.
You have your membership badge. I'm telling y'all, I got to learn how to turn this membership on and go live through it.
This is what they do.
Exactly. It don't matter. They do not vaporize into thin air without help.
No.
From somebody.
No apologies.
That's a fact. Right. Right. Exactly. 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 But I hope, you know, I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know what anybody's done or didn't do. I just know he didn't get gone by himself. Hey, Cass, thank you for coming over. Yeah, not even a cent. Not even a cent. There still is an Amber Alert out from TBI, the National Missing Children's Exploited Children. I don't remember. I'll have to go back and look. I'm not sure, but he's still following.
Don't anybody ever get it twisted. I don't want to hear anybody ever come in my comment section and tell me that Smiley brings awareness. Thank God nobody has done that, because it's just not factual. This is nothing but pure trash. This is nothing but pure building a whole storyline over complete strangers with a missing child. That's all this is. Nothing factual. Just building a narrative.
One on his page now too. So I don't know what year that started. Yeah. Who knows? Somebody's been married 5 times. He sure can't. He either ain't satisfied or women ain't satisfied with him. I don't know which one. I'm not sure which one. In my opinion, I suspect the stepdad personally too. Many kids gone. Exactly. Yeah. But I kind of now feel that the mom, she has to know. And it's possible, maybe allegedly, that she might be the last one that saw him. I don't know that for it to be 100% fact, but I don't know. I don't know.
Music City Mom, let me just say this. I would be getting my first charge if I ever had to deal with this one like that. It would be worth every bit of that charge too.
But if you have any information, you still need to call, especially they want the video from Sunday or Monday, the 25th or 26th. Turn it in, even if you think that nothing's important, because it is important. I heard today that they went up to East Tennessee. They thought they had a sighting, and they went all the way up there to check, and it was not.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're checking everything. They're still checking. It doesn't matter. They're checking all sightings. They're checking anything that's little, big, small, anything that seems stupid. It's not stupid to them. They're really on this, and they're asking for tips. You can call the sheriff's office.
By the way, can I just thank you guys really quick for all being on the same wavelength, because 99% of you are exactly where I am in this whole process of complete horror by these fucking train wrecks of people, and we don't want to sit by them ever. So I appreciate you guys being here and understanding what disasters these people are.
Office at 615-451-3838, or you can call 1-800-TBI-FIND. That direct number is 1-800-824-3463. I was thinking outside the box today. Y'all got to remember, one time that was one of my jobs to do. And although I'm not trying to accuse anybody, but, you know, hey, I always say if the shoe fits, I will.
Happy birthday, Alabama Nana. Happy birthday. I hope your day has been okay.
Well, I'm not here for nobody else's feelings. I'm here for these kids.
Bullshit.
Anything that you may have on CCTV, or
she's here for these kids. Meanwhile, making up rumors about Chris being on a dating site on Facebook, about harming their child. Not once has she shown a picture of Sebastian. Not once has she shown his Amber Alert. But she's here for the kids, right? Okay, fuck you, Smiley.
Or, you know, it don't even have to be in Sumner County. And what I was thinking was,
oh, I don't like these.
Again, I'm not accusing anyone, but maybe somebody might have saw the stepdad on his way to work, just like they did to the Soto girl, Madeline Soto, and something or somebody might have been in the truck or car or whatever he has. But I was thinking about the videos on Sunday, the 25th, and you know, especially on Sunday. I know there's a Home Depot and a Lowe's down the street. Well, actually back way, sideways, you know, both ways. But it don't have to be right there in Hendersonville. I would love to see Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, the hardware stores. I would love to see them pull, especially Sunday cameras, and that's throughout entire Nashville, really, even towards, even up towards Gallatin and all that, and just see if there was anything unusual, or maybe the mom or stepdad or dad or whoever, maybe somebody popped in there and bought something unusual, or something in bulk to clean. Or, again, I'm not accusing. These are things outside the box. You have to think outside the box. Maybe they, have something on camera that might be useful. All it takes is to go back and look, and a little bit of effort before that video's erased over. Anything could be important. Anything. At this point, they can't rule out anything. They can't. You can always go that extra mile. Hey, Daniel. Yeah, just brainstorming. Brainstorm. You got to in a case like this. Time is very important. And again, even though it don't take a minute to be a good human, shouldn't cost money. It shouldn't cost whatever. You shouldn't be mad and huffy and puffy. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah, maybe somebody was also following them in the stores. Even after they come out of BJ's. Sunday, that's the place they were supposed to have went. Sunday. Costco was on Saturday. BJ's was on Sunday. It could have been somebody following them. You never know. But again, Ellie has not named anybody as suspects. Not yet.
And the crazy thing about this is anybody that is capable, truly, it takes nothing. And that's why I say, I'm just an asshole with a YouTube channel. It takes no type of skill. As long as you have a device that connects to the internet and you can have a YouTube channel and you figure out how to hit that go live button, anybody can do this. It doesn't take any skill, any common sense, any education, anything. Look we're watching it play out right in front of us with Smiley.
But better safe than sorry, in my opinion. And if you have nothing to hide, then you hide nothing.
Hey, auspicious.
In this case, I believe it's going to be solved real soon, though. That's just my opinion and my thoughts.
Sure.
And surely Christopher and Katie would not mind. I mean, after all, it's our opinions. Even Christopher said on the interview, everybody has their opinions. Hey, Miss Chewy.
I've got my opinions about you, and they suck.
Yeah, Funny Face said, I spent nearly 3 years looking for Summer. I will not stop for Sebastian either. Right. Especially when it's where we come from, right, girl? Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Unless there's a reason we shouldn't. Listen, y'all, yard signs have now been put up with Sebastian. I was so happy to see that. And I was reading a lot of the comments everywhere. People is thrilled to have those yard signs put up. I don't know where they're made at. If anybody knows who made them, please let us know. And there's a lot of people who want 1 and even 2 in their yard. I was thrilled to see that. Absolutely. Absolutely, they are. Law enforcement is crossing all the T's and dotting their I's. They have to rule out things first. Yep.
Yeah.
And plus, they're not going to give away everything that they have, because they're not going to spook anybody.
Alabama Mama 31, they've been saying that recently too. Again, after Seth came out and Tony said that he had renewed faith in law enforcement and had been in talks with them, all of them have been saying, there's something big coming. They're on the brink of something. Something's moving. Something's happening. They've been doing that that's emotional manipulation to continue to pull their subs in and continue to feed them fodder. Like they have some sort of inside information to keep them dangling on the edge. That's why they do that stuff.
In my opinion. I haven't heard of any more, but I don't know. I'm sure they will be going up left and right. I'm sure they will. Per Nick, this is a criminal investigation. Again, and he has to be real careful too. There's no suspects that's been named. Listen, Gender Snap, that is possible. Anything's possible. And even if not there, because they say he liked to hide. So look, anything's possible. they were looking in and under everything. So absolutely that is possible. Tony, I hope you're having an amazing day too. Yeah, a good detective never names suspects, at least right off. They just might not clear them, right? Exactly. I don't think he's going to be found alive. I pray I'm wrong. I'm just giving my opinion, the little I know about the cat. Yeah, it's been so long, Justin. I heard on Channel 4 News yesterday, I was trying to flag Trevor and them down when he was in Josh's, but one of the news videos said after they searched the landfill.
Hold on, you guys. I got to show you something really quick. Hold on. Okay, this is one of Kenzie's strays. I can't really move very fast, though, because he's really sketchy. But one of her strays came in. This is the one she calls Cross Eyes. He's got matted stuff on the side of his neck. He got in a fight with somebody. It's been there for a couple months. But this is one of her strays that just came in the garage with me. This is the closest I've ever gotten to this cat. Yeah, there's one of her babies who came in to eat. Oh, I like turned around. I heard something and I turned around and I was like, oh, what the heck? There's one of her strays though. Yeah. I'm not going to, definitely won't kick the cat. I'm trying not to move fast even to even scare it off. He's just sitting there watching me.
He spoke with the sheriff on the phone and the sheriff told him it was a recovery. Well, to me, that sounds like, but either way, a recovery, we can still pray and hope for a miracle. And listen, maybe somebody has him in their house. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, stranger things have happened. I don't know. But it does not, yeah, Cripple Creek, it does not look good. And he's been way too long without his medication. It's 13 days now. He's been without something to, we're assuming only to drink or eat, you know? So that's not very good. It's not very good. But I pray because he just lights up a room. I love to see his little face.
I want to just, I'm speeding her up even faster. She's driving me nuts. Y'all, this cat is so pretty. He's so pretty. This is the closest. He's got huge paws. Huge paws. I wish I could grab him and get a hold of him to clean him up and get that wound checked out and cleaned him up. But I don't want to scare him off either. It's dry. Like, it's definitely healed, but it's behind his ear, so he can't lick it.
I love to see his face. I look at all the pictures. He went, hold on. Said he went to a neighbor's house.
KNS, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you. Yeah, Angel Chips Taco. His eyes, he does have cross eyes. His eyes are very cross. Here comes Kenzie. Yeah, oh, he ran. He's running. Well, he's not running. He's slowly walking out, but he doesn't like the door opening. He'll be in. He's pretty as hell.
And they were keeping him against his will. Apparently, this elderly lady, nobody would suspect her. Well, good night, Tony. Thank you for coming in. Well, you know, how did he get there if there was no scent or no footprints or nothing on camera? That's my concern. You know, that's my concern. Without just coming out and saying, I know the mom or stepdad did it or somebody in that household because they took him out through the garage because there's no other way. I'm just saying that's just a thought. But how are you going to get into a neighbor's house? I'm asking these questions. I don't know. And I don't think law enforcement went out there. Hey, Bethan, I don't think law enforcement went out there 11 times, 10 times, and then count the backyard. They took pictures for no reason. Yeah, Rion, even though they didn't find anything, or did they? And are they just sending it off to be DNA? Or I don't know.
No, Terry, don't even mention that. She forgot about, I don't know if she forgot about that one, but no, this is one of her strays that she has. He's right there. She's got her other ones. She came out to maneuver all of her stuff for all of her cats that come. She's got like this big, huge black Maine Coon looking one. She's got a black and white one, cross-eyed and orange one. These are all the outside cats that she takes care of. She's got a solid white one. And then we've got the 5 inside cats that she takes care of too. But no, the one from the pharmacy, thankfully, she just went and bought food and took it to the cat and walked away. She said if she wouldn't have taken it food, she wouldn't have been able to sleep at night. So we successfully didn't end up with that one in the neighborhood. So we're good. We've got like 15 around here though that she's taking care of.
Don't necessarily mean anything. It don't. But I find it odd too that not only did the judge sign a warrant on it, I found it odd that they said a cadaver dog hit. Now that don't mean on a body. You got to remember that. That could be on a towel. It could be on a shoe. It could be on a piece of clothes. It could be on something else that had decomp on it. And they're sending it off to test it. It may not even be his. Wow. Yeah. That's a good question. That's a real good question. That is an absolute good question. And hey, we may think, hey, he's been married 5 times. He's 40 years old. Even though that's odd, maybe people is looking at the wrong one. You know, where is everybody? You're right. Where is everybody? Yeah, Justin, they're just not putting it out. I guarantee you, they're just not putting out what they got or don't have. And that's a small landfill too. Everybody's saying, why do you like Simons? That's a very small landfill, y'all. And I'm almost willing to bet when they said they went home, somebody stayed behind a little through the night, probably, in my opinion. Yeah, they have a garage. They absolutely have a garage. Hey, Nurse Sandy. Yep. Yeah, they have a garage. Tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow, March 10th at 6 p.m. There's supposed to be a prayer vigil also in the neighborhood. It's supposed to be right there on Stanford Court. I don't know if they're doing it in front of his house. I don't know where they're doing it at. It's supposed to be at 6 o'clock. That's Central Standard Time. And, you know, they want everybody to know that. I did hear today that the stepdad was around asking information on that. I don't know if that means they'll come outside and they'll be there, or why he wants to know that if he's going to try to run them off again. I don't know. But that's what I heard. I would hope that they show up. I really hope that they show up. I do.
A cabana is more like on like a beach or around a pool or something like that. A gazebo. Yeah, kind of the same thing. I mean, they're all imaginary as is. Kathleen, yeah, we watched his coverage yesterday. Kenzie should start just a cat sanctuary. No, Bree, because she still lives at home. I love the thought of that, but when she moves out, maybe.
I have some family and some people that will go down there. It took him. Stepdad took him. It's, you know, it's like you see him go in the house, but he don't come back out. Funny, no camera caught him coming out the front door. And how did the mom know he went out the front door? I'm just saying. How? Yeah, nobody just vanishes. Yeah, so many moving parts with him. Even if he's not guilty, he sure looks suspicious, in my opinion only. Right. We are Sebastian's friend. She can't figure out how mom knew pants now have white stripe, but I'm sure of his shirt. How does that happen? It's a, you know, I was so peeved off about that. His clothes, I was really upset about that. How are you going to say, have people searching the National Guards, helicopters, and all this and that, and have him in a total black sweatsuit? Sweatpants black?
Just to give you guys a glimpse at what my house already looks like, I'm going to show you Kenzie's station. She's got, they're separated for inside, or which one's outside and inside?
The right side, or
one's outside, one's inside. She works a job to take care of her cats. You see her little baggies that she uses to clean her cat litter boxes twice a day and all. My house is taken over by this. Okay, I'm going to set it here. You figure out how to show this without.
Say hello.
Save me, please. Any day. Any day now. That was whiskey in the box.
And the part is that food will only last me 2 weeks.
That's 2 weeks of food that she buys for her cats.
$1,200.
Yeah, $1,200 later. Anyways, yeah, carry on. Back to Smiley. Yeah.
Hoodie. Oh, thank you, Nurse Sandy. If y'all got a membership, please thank Nurse Sandy. Thank you for that. Thank you. That was so kind. So kind. But that was, and I watched it, Alicia. I sure did. He ain't buying it one bit. But how do you not get the clothes right? I can understand saying he went to bed. I don't know. I wasn't sure what he's wearing, or being so distraught. You don't know what they had on because they was in the bed. But they both stated. How do you know he ain't there?
He didn't get the clothes wrong. No, shut up, Smiley.
They both stated he had on black sweatpants and actually it stated a black jogging pants and a black hoodie, all black. It was only until they searched at the trash place at the dump that they come out and said, with Caitlin Miller on Fox 17, or I think that's her last name, that he had white stripes down his black pants, and he had a t-shirt on, black long sleeves, and it has some sort of design on it. And they both was talking, it could be Minecraft, it could be whatever, 2 or 3 different things that they said. So, oh, you didn't know all that when you gave them information? Like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I agree, Lolly. I agree. If nothing else, he's very controlling. Yeah, who all was gifted a membership? If you were gifted a membership, please thank Nurse Sandy, because that was very generous of her. Yeah, you're thinking a $500,000 home, you would, but I don't know. That kind of worries me too. They had the ADT alarm sign in their yard, and she worked for an alarm company in the past, so that bothers me a lot too. 1 or 2 things. Did they have an alarm, and was the alarm not on that night? Or, did they not have an alarm? And that's kind of odd to me, with him being 15, autistic, and also her used to work at an alarm company.
I swear, they just throw anything out
It seems that way here lately, don't it? Yeah, and from my understanding, I don't know how true it is, but from my understanding, they have been questioned. They're cooperating, but they've been questioned separately, supposedly, allegedly.
Good night, Mike. Have a good night.
I heard that, and I was like, well, don't tell me they don't suspect them, right? Been there 11 times. Question them separately, which that's kind of normal, I guess. You'd have to. But going back a day means the timeline's off. Cops know what's up. Yeah, they had bloodhounds at the house. I don't know if they had cadaver dogs at the house yet. I'm not sure. I don't know. I know bloodhounds are life-saving. That's why I said I know they had that's what I said. I said they had the bloodhounds at the house. I don't know about cadaver dogs at the house. Yeah. Yep. I don't know if they brought the cadaver dogs out yet. I'm sure they will. I don't know about yet. I don't know. I know they're doing everything they can to find this baby. Well, he's not a baby. He's 15 years old. He's 15. Oh, honey, that's okay. I just appreciate you being here. You don't have to buy nothing to be in here. You just be here. That's good. I don't want nobody to put no stress on their pocketbook for me, because I don't care about all that. I appreciate you. I really appreciate you, all of you. The mom was in the military too. I believe so. I might be mistaken on that. I can't be 100%. But if I'm not mistaken, I think she might have been. Oh yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I was making a bunch of noise in my kitchen. That's why I was muted. I was heating up chicken noodle soup for Kyle.
That's a good thing. Hey, Jam 420. Good to see you. Yeah, Patsy, this is awful. And it gets worse every time that something comes out. I haven't seen any press conferences or anything, but I think they're holding everything till I'll keep quiet on my thoughts on that. Yes, worse summer, probably. And probably by being in the military too. That's probably why they're so strong. I just didn't know people could be this strong when they lose a child, but okay, if you say so.
Oh God, she just drives me nuts.
Oh, thank you. I try. Yeah. Yes. And I wonder if he was. I want to know his exact time when he left. Like, I don't think that's ever been pinpointed. Like, I know they said he was up there way ahead of time and all that, but when did he leave? When? And can it be proven? Is the most important part.
Again, law enforcement.
But in Nashville, I don't know where you're at, but in Tennessee, Nashville, going, you got the Cumberland River, you got all the things, and then it just, I don't even want to think about that. I don't want to think about that.
But that's what you've been directing your audience to think about, is solely that. No, hell no, she don't have a degree.
Yeah, Lolly. See, I haven't either. Why is nobody? I mean, what's the big secret? I bet he don't want to come out and tell that, because I think it was kind of asked of him, but he don't.
Here's the green team, Spanky and Lolly. Well, I don't know if Lolly is on the approved list or not. She should be, because she does all the same stupid shit.
Want to come out and tell that? He really may flub up what he told the cops, right? He may be kind of foolish, but he may not be that foolish. I would hope. Yeah, they got a big river there. I mean, it goes far, far, far.
Totally setting up the narrative.
If he did wear summer, I'm not sure. Where would he store it, though? I don't think he stored it at the house. I'm so sorry, Carla Barnes. I'm so sorry. She said, my daughter passed 22 years ago, and I'm still fucked. Miss. I get it, she said. Yeah. More cases will be solved if neighbors have mandatory working cameras. Yeah. Yeah. I told y'all that night, or it was 2 days in a row, the cops come here and nobody was deceased or anything. It was when the dollar store got robbed. And by the way, they ended up catching the guy. But they come here not 2 days. One day they.
I mean, you guys see the setup that she's doing. It's not shocking.
But now it was said last night through very trusted sources, not in mine, that he was seen coming in Sunday in the car with mom, but not going back out.
Sorry, I'm skipping through because she just is working my nerves.
So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I have no clue. Just don't stop searching your properties. Keep looking. Keep your eye out for anything out of the ordinary. He's 15 years old. Again, he weighs 120 pounds. Sandy blonde hair, glasses. He took that flashlight, she said. The one the cops said, did he take anything like a flashlight? And she said, yeah. He had a little flashlight.
God, she's vile.
I just feel like that was handed to her. I'm sorry. That's just me. Just me. The next question, would be the mom. Again, does she have any friends over? It doesn't matter. It's going to all come to light. It will all come to light.
Once again, going back to, did she have any friends?
And anything's possible. I would hope that they look at the car. I hope they look at everything. They said other than that, they didn't have any footage. No, nothing. Nothing. The last picture or whatever that we saw was at Costco on Saturday. Oh God, I do too. Where summer. He was on camera getting out of the car and going in the house Sunday with the mom. Yeah, that's what Trevor said. He had a source last night that told him that. And they say it's very reliable, a very trusted source. Oh, and he said, this was odd too. Also, it was said that Sebastian's bedroom light went on at 9 o'clock and off. And again, at 12 o'clock, it went on and off. Wasn't that the mom's story? She was talking to the stepdad. Hey, Army vet, y'all drop his link. And he was talking to she was talking to the stepdad. Isn't that what they said? He went to bed at 9.
Again, you guys, if you're just coming in, this is from March 9th. This is before 99% of the creators have came into play. Or a lot of the things were happening. Terry Lynn was covering it. Smiley was covering it. Clue was covering it. JLR was covering it. Pascal had covered it. The Lab had covered it. Iqmel had covered it. Peter Hyatt covered it. There's Mo and Co. There's a few other people, but most of the people, this is right in the beginning. This is March 9th.
So could
Trevor
something have happened sooner? And they've been on the phone because I've been hollering as an alibi. That's just in my opinion. Hey, Jude. And the light went on and turned back off. And then when she went to fall asleep and he told her to get in the bed and told her to go turn the light on and off, could it be possible something happened way before that?
No, this is at 1.75.
I don't know. I'm sure they're looking at all this. They haven't named anybody as suspects, but it's a criminal case and they are the news guy said on Channel 4, I believe it was yesterday, he spoke with the sheriff, and the sheriff told him personally it was a recovery case, a recovery. With that being said, since you're not very familiar with it, he has not been seen since that he was reported missing on February 26th. They also went back and pushed the camera, anybody who has any cameras in the area or anything, to Sunday, the 25th. They've had National Guards, state guards, helicopters, drones, ATV.
No, you're good, NJ Robin. That happened way down the road. Way down the road.
These people have searched on foot within like so many radius of like 2,000 walking hours, 2,000 miles walking hours around in that community. I mean, they drained a pond. Divers have been there. You name it, it's been done. It's been done. And kids do not just disappear. If he had a truck, he could have put him in the back of it and went on the road. Yep, blue eyes, exactly, absolutely. You'd have to know it's a recovery to say that. Yeah, they didn't say that until after they went to the landfill. And the news before that was a cadaver dog hit at the landfill. The next thing you know, they got everything they needed. So I don't know if that got them.
And that's in Nick's post on Facebook, but there was nothing behind that, not from law enforcement. We saw all the media interviews. I don't know where Nick got that and what they built that off of. Truly have no idea.
Tip somewhere else or not. So yes, Jam, in Kentucky, no less. That's where their trash goes. So I don't know if it was decomp that the dog smelled, the cadaver dog smelled from maybe a towel, clothes, something new. I don't know. I have no idea. All of a sudden this morning, they're not searching anymore there.
But as of the 8th, law enforcement came out and said that they didn't have anything. There was nothing of the sort.
They have everything they need, and they're telling the public it was just a precautionary measure. Well, you have to have a judge to sign off on a warrant. That's a little bit more than just saying, okay, I'm going to sign this away for just the heck of it, just because. They don't do that. So I feel like, in my opinion, they got something that they're holding here. They don't have to tell everybody everything. And they can lie. But I don't know if that news station person was supposed to say they talked to the sheriff and the sheriff personally told them or not. But they did. And the sheriff told them it was a recovery. So why, we already knew it was headed into a criminal. Excuse me. Why did they say it was a recovery after the thing? But yet they didn't find nothing. You know, now they've made this, well, we didn't find nothing. That was just a precautionary. In my heart of hearts, I believe it's because they don't want to give all they have away, or they're testing something on something. You know, because I'm sure when they went there for the 10th time, they got Sebastian's DNA by his toothbrush or his hairbrush or something. They don't really even need the parents. Maybe something's just being sent off for testing. No, wild man, Mom. I mean, of course it could smell rotten, but that's not the same. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. If that was the case, they would have did that with Simon.
How fast? It still just irks me to actually go back and watch these and see how fast it switched. Oh, we're going to listen to a few more minutes of this, but you guys get the point. The rumors, the circulation of rumors, what they built in the very beginning has nothing to do with awareness for Sebastian. She mentions Sebastian's height, weight, a few details, very intermediate, and keeps it moving on the rumors and bullshit against the parents. This is March 9th again. I don't even know. It's so frustrating to hear how they do these things.
That, you know, it's just, that ain't happening. Cadaver dogs will be all over this world in bushes and woods, and it just, that ain't it, honey. Visit to landfill brought out change. Yes, that's what brought the change of clothes out in the mom. I think she was scared they was going to find something. Maybe they did. Maybe they found clothing and he was changed or something. I don't know. Listen, Pink, all of his shoes, all of his shoes was accounted for. Wait a minute. All of his shoes was accounted for. And then I think stepdad took him over. Listen, all of his shoes was accounted for. Here's the thing. Okay, that cannot be verified. I don't care what nobody says.
UA, I see you talk back to, or saying something back to Pika, but I just got to add in here that while it's important to correct misinformation, going real life on parents of a missing child is never going to be acceptable. It is not our position to try to confirm things that law enforcement would have already done. We have lanes to stay in, and you crossed beyond boundaries multiple times by doing things to confirm stuff, just like Betty's attorney is none of our business. But I mean, if you don't see the harm being done, I hope it's never done to your family. Truly.
You can tell cop, my son's got 12 pair of shoes in here, and every one of them is right here. There they are. My son has 2 pair of shoes. Two right here. Now he's only got 1 pair. In reality, when he's really got 2 pair and he's got 1 of them on, the cops don't know. They don't know how many shoes you bought your kid. You could have bought that years. They could have still been sitting in the closet. You know, his foot could have stopped growing and been the same size. They don't know. That cannot be proven. There's no way that can be proven. If it is, I'd like a cop to come on here and physically show me how that can be proven. Not unless they just went in the store and bought all new baby shoes or something. I'm just saying. No, he was 120 pounds, Melissa. 120. Yeah, I would think something. Right. Yeah, where's Justin? Probably mine and Justin's too. Oh, God. Yeah. If Justin sees that, Lord help a person looking for a missing pair of shoes from my closet. Oh, God. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Hey, Be the Bean. Is Be the Bean in here? Hello.
And by the way, like, I stand against going real life on creators, but I ultimately 100% stand against going real life on parents of missing children when there is no need to do that. Law enforcement is involved and will be the one to vet this and verify this information. What you have done, and not just you, all the people that justify the truth is important. No. How is finding out what Betty's attorney, can you stop opening boxes? Finding out Betty's attorney and the contracts, that ain't helpful to finding a missing child. That's going real life and disguising it as some other fucking bullshit. Going out there, stalking their homes, doing all that. Like, I can give you credit for going out on the ground, searching a couple times, but beyond that, the real life shit, it's gross. There's no excusing it. Calling people's POs, none of it's excusable. None of it. You're a real lifer, and I don't fuck with real lifers. There's that. You can sit in here and learn. You can watch. I don't care, but you're not going to probably be treated with any respect because we don't respect real lifers. Hiding it under the guise of, we deserve the facts. No, we don't. We deserve what law enforcement is allowed to give us, and none of us are going to solve this case, so we need to stay in our own lane. And you not only did it in this case, but you were involving yourself in other cases too. Let's not fuck around here. I'm not going to fucking sugarcoat shit because you come with a TikTok crew, the TikTok twits that I don't fuck with, haven't fucked with. And I hope you realize that everybody lied about you to save their asses. I hope you realize that these people aren't protecting you. They're coddling you so you don't spill the fucking beans on all the back end shit that's going on.
Kimber Virgo, everybody coming in that I didn't see. Candy. Man. But Sebastian Rogers. Are you listening, Justin? What about your shoes, Justin? We can't prove that, can we? Lord. Robin says her 8-year-old has 30 pairs of shoes, right? Absolutely. That'd just be hard to do. It would. Yeah. My husband, she said my husband wouldn't know which pair of shoes were missing. Oh, Lord. Mine probably wouldn't even know if I was missing. Just my mouth. Okay, second to last. Let's see. Cadaver dogs are only trained for decomp of a human body, nothing more. Yeah. I think they were just trying to think outside the box. Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, same. He wouldn't have wanted to go out barefooted. Especially if he didn't like to get dirty, and then people say, well, they say you like to go fishing. Yeah, but you can get your hands in the creek and you can wipe your feet off in the creek or whatever. If you get dirty, dad, mom, whoever's there, they'll say, hey, we'll just go, there's some water and you're going to fix it and you're going to be fine. Autistic kids, most of them, I'm not going to say all of them because there's a broad spectrum in different levels. But, and it depends too if you have sensory, whatever's going on. But I guarantee you, if he don't like to go out, if he don't like to get dirty, he's not going to want to go outside barefooted. That's just, I'd be the beans. Not gonna lie, I have a shoe collection that's embarrassing. Yeah, me too. I'd rather be barefoot. I'd rather be. Oh, the one before that one. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, is this the one? Hold up. Maybe they was testing the parents to see if they would change their story. Maybe they are. Yeah, because it's already been changed 3 or 4 times. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just saying. Look, I can say stuff other people can't or won't. So, yours wouldn't know to go to the creek. Well, see, there's just, I don't know. I'm just saying. But if you were there with him, I mean, you could show him if you were fishing. Hey, come on, that's all I'm saying. The point is, it don't matter. He wasn't fishing that night. He went at the creek that night. He was supposed to be in a safe home, in a safe bed, with a safe mom, right? And none of that was safe for him in a $500,000 home. Nothing. In the nicest neighborhood, one of the nicest neighborhoods in Nashville. So none of that matters.
Alabama Mama 31. There is all sorts of ways to talk about the neighbors respectfully. The ones that are causing shit in the chats, the ones that are inserting themselves. But it doesn't mean you go real life on any of these people. You also don't try to implicate people's children in things. You don't put tinfoil on and, get the conspiracy bandwagons circling. You speak on about what they do, what they've said, how they've inserted themselves. Stick to the facts, which most people don't like to do. That's my opinion.
Some of them like outside at night, but most all of them do not really like to go outside at night. It's really, it just depends. It's a whole broad thing. They don't like being by themselves out there at night, And that's another thing. Really, no matter what spectrum you're on, if you're going to go out, they don't like being in a surrounding they're not familiar with. They don't like that. And they don't like things out of place or out of ordinary or whatever. They don't like that. So, I guess he would just walk out of the house and just go on a little run. Maybe he went to Hawaii like Candace and Don's dogs did. I don't know. Come back. Maybe he'll be back soon. Hey, you never know. And I love you, September Virgo. I mean, the truth is the truth. It's freaking truth. That's just me. You don't like it out at night, you're a grown-ass woman. I don't have. Oh, and another thing, speaking of dogs. Okay, she's got little Yorkies. They're little yappers. I know. My neighbor's got one. It's about a pound, 2 pounds. Sometimes he gets out and runs over like a little rat. It's a cute little thing. But anyway, you don't tell me those precious little dogs that he was holding in that one picture, 2 of them. I don't know if they had more than that. They were barking during one of the interviews. I think it was the one where they were sitting there. She was rubbing his hand. They wouldn't show their face. But are you going to tell me? Yeah, you heard them in the interview. They bark at everything. Yorkies, they're worse than chihuahuas. Anyway, tell me when he got up and what goes out the front door or opens the door. I don't care if it's your dog and your dog knows you or not. I'm not buying that shit because y'all hear my dog all the time if somebody comes in or out or whatever. No, just ain't happening. I'm just telling you, and not no little Yorkies. Yeah, they'd have raised Cain. Sure would have, and that's just my opinion. But hey, what do I know? I only heard them barking in the interview once, and nobody was there walking around, right? Come on now. So they're going to say now their dogs don't bark. I don't know why nobody ain't picking up on all this. Oh, I'm sure they are, but, I'm just saying.
I mean, really? Sorry, Kyle's coughing. It's a good thing he's coughing, though.
Yeah, he probably would have took the dog with him for security. Possibly.
No, what she's popping is her cheek. She's popping her, it's a condescending.
It just don't, Wally. I don't know. But I can and will say things others don't. I don't care. And but I am trying to be factual about it. Let's see. But I'm trying to have a little common sense about it too. Yeah, even if you know them and you live with them, they bark like they're dying. They do. Oh my God. I can be in my bed at night. Somebody can just open my door or come in there. Even if it's my husband. Happy does not like it. I don't know. It's just weird. Until everything's calm and everybody's going to sleep or whatever. But no, let somebody come in there and mess with me. Don't let them. Yes, 5 times, I believe, Bob. 5. And he's got a own custody battle going on with this little girl, but that don't have anything to do, I don't think, with this case. Other than I'm sure the mom's pretty pissed and definitely going to use that. Which I can't say, I don't blame her on that. Because I'd do whatever I could to get my kids safe. I sure wouldn't want it thousands of miles away while this is going on. While another child is missing, right? Yeah, he was verbal. He was high functioning. Yeah, the long phone calls was red flag. And he specifically, 9:43 or 9:46. Why don't you say 9 o'clock or 9:05 or something? 9:43 to 9:46 is when they started the call. Then she started falling asleep, and he told her, hey, go get in bed. Yeah, I'd like to see me really fall asleep on the phone. I'm going to be listening to somebody. You know what's going to happen? I'm not going to be able to hear them, speaker or no speaker, tell me to get up and go get in the bed, because you know what's going to happen? I know I've done it through this YouTube situation. I've been listening to something, and as loud as some of these people are on YouTube and screaming and fighting with each other, I went to bed with the phone in my hand or right up. I've had like,
You know, of course, everybody's got to do it just the same way. And if you don't do it the same way Smiley does, then everything's suspect, right?
like instead of laying it down, I've held it like this, and literally the phone's dropped out of my hand, and I didn't even know it. Didn't even know it. Didn't hear it. You think somebody's going to tell me? Now maybe she's a light sleeper to get up. That's another red flag to me. So I don't know if anybody's being coached. I don't know. Y'all can reserve y'all's little things if you want to. I'm just telling you. Again, I'm not worried about nobody's feelings. I'm worried about where's Sebastian. I fell asleep on PG. Yeah, that's why Beth Ann, I usually watch her in the mornings because I fall asleep. I got so much going on here, and I just usually don't stay up late. I used to.
She's so concerned about Sebastian, but she hasn't shown Sebastian's photo. She hasn't talked about Sebastian. She's not telling people what they potentially might see if they were to look for Sebastian. She's not doing any of that. She's not talking about the facts of the case, because God forbid that would be horrible. But this is all about Sebastian, right? All about the missing kid. Right. Sure, Smiley.
Not very long ago, but I'm trying to get myself in order now. They probably helped each other. Yeah, in that 3-hour conversation, something was going on. It just wasn't right. Yeah, they took the blood hounds around. I don't know if they took the dogs in the house or not. I don't know if they took them inside the house, but I don't know. I really don't know that. But Sebastian Rogers, he's a 15-year-old boy, and he has autism, and he's been missing from his home since he was reported February 26, 2024. He's 5 foot 5 inches tall, and he weighs 120 pounds. He wears glasses, and he has sandy blonde hair. I'm going to reserve saying what he had on at this time because I do not know. I'm not quite sure what I can believe there anymore, honestly. And I don't want to have somebody looking for one thing and it ain't even close to what he had on. That's just me. There's a big difference in solid black and black with stuff. I'm just saying. He has been without all of his medications. There has been zero, not a thing, footage of him leaving on any Ring doorbells, on any cameras or anything, his home. So this is very puzzling. If somebody did pick him up and take him, how did he get out? Why is he not on no footage? The houses are close together. My understanding is, I can't identify him. I'm not going to anyway. But I will say there is a camera. The mom says he went out the front door. There's a camera pointing right to Sebastian's front door. Nobody picked up nothing. No, that camera hadn't picked up Sebastian going out the front door. It hadn't picked up anybody going in the front door and carrying Sebastian out of there either. That's right. So the math is not mathing. The math is not mathing. And the mom said that the door was locked. Oh, and get this. The back door, you should ask. Oh, there's a couch in front of the back door. Really? Wonder why? I don't even want to know. Sometimes I wonder. I mean, Bob and Josh both said, we don't know if it's blue or not. Don't even ask. If it's blue, I'll freaking fall over. I swear to God, Janet. And why do they have a couch? Did you see how big their house is? Why do they have a couch maybe to block Sebastian from going out the back door? I don't know. But I thought he wasn't a runner. Again, you should have alarms. I don't know. I just find all this kind of weird. No. Oh, y'all are just hearing this on Smiley first. Oh, Smiley dropped a bomb tonight, honey. Yep. True fact. True fact.
Smiley isn't dropping no bombs besides rumors and fucking irrelevant shit.
True fact. So y'all did learn something from Smiley tonight. A big bomb? Well, see, even Smiley still got bombs. Yeah. That's why I'm not liking it. It stinks. It stinks. I had a rare opportunity to discuss the missing children with my daughter, who is a detective. And I feel like I learned so much. She doesn't like to discuss outside of her cases, but I learned. Let's see what you learned. What you learned, girl? I know. Yeah, I bet she is proud of her. Yeah, it makes you wonder, is people watching other crimes? And it makes me wonder.
Remember the rumor of this case the parents watching other parents of missing children.
This just makes my heart hurt though. But there's zero, and it's just disturbing. Okay, but please continue to look. I had somebody they may be in here now, I don't know, but I had somebody to message me earlier in a private message, and they said, Smiley, is it okay if I'm not saying her name or anything, but they said, Smiley, is it okay if we print out a flyer and my husband is, a truck driver, and pass it out? And I said, yes, please, by all means do that. Yes. And they're still asking for
another weird note that I should make too is on, I think it was the March 1st, Brittany, the neighbor that has caused all the ruckus in the chats and stuff, was in the chats of Smiley's on March 1st.
For all flyers and everything to be passed out. And this person told me that, he travels everywhere throughout the U.S. In my opinion, I think it's so important to keep Sebastian's name and face out. I think it's so important to continue to pass out flyers, whether you're in the Nashville area, the metro area, the Tennessee area, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii. I don't care. I think it's important to keep it out, because if by some small, tiny chance that he could be out there somewhere, we need to know. Or if there could be some small, tiny chance that somebody saw something or sees something that could bring this case to a closure because they're reminded of that picture and don't just let this die down, then it's very worth it. It's so worth it. It's very important. Just like from day one, I told you all, it is so important. It's so urgent, and it still is. Even though I keep saying now it's a wing and a prayer, but it is so important. Keep hanging on to that wing. Keep praying.
All right, we're switching gears. I'm done with it.
Yeah,
I'm done.
God, tell her to stop smacking your fucking mouth.
Kyle has something intelligent to say.
Stop smacking your mouth. It's fucking disgusting. Jesus Christ.
Kyle is
I
in
don't even have a YouTube channel and I fucking know that shit.
Kyle's in a great mood and has lots of good commentary to add lately. Providing here before we transition.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
All right. Come on in. Come on in. Kyle's other favorite one is up next.
Oh, no.
March 10th, 2024, 30,000 views. Like I said, now that we're getting a little bit further out, we're not going to hit every single one. We're just going to hit the biggest narrative changes and the biggest channels with pushing stuff. We'll try to kind of once over most of the big channels. I've got a list of when they come in and when they start covering it. But JLR has been dabbling in this case already before this point in time. But we are back to JLR. Come on in, friends. Come on in.
Good morning. Good morning.
Spirit fingers, spirit fingers, spirit fingers.
Hello, everyone. JLR investigates. Traveling around state of Texas. I'm in a place called Alpine, Texas. Sebastian Rogers, missing 15-year-old, is still missing. And I can say that his parents are under investigation. And like we said yesterday on JLR Investigates with the mother of Madeline Soto, Jen Soto, the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers are toast. They're toast. Come clean. Enough is enough. Mother is the last person to see Sebastian. Father, stepfather, as a prior
love of everything holy. Stop eating your food online. This is fucking disgusting, dude. Fucking gross.
Kyle's about ready to lose his mind already.
Hey everybody, I'm JLR. Look at my spirit fingers.
history of DV and multiple marriages. He's working far away.
History of DV. Lies.
They're not searching for their 15-year-old. They haven't searched. Didn't speak up until days after. What's going on here, people? We're going to eat some breakfast and we're going to go on a tour of Alpine. Now, got these 2 pieces of toast at my hotel that I'm staying at. I'm staying at a place called the Value Inn. Oh, this is where I'm staying. The Value Inn. The Value Inn. Look. And they advertise this as the best value in town. See, we stay cheap on JLR Investigates when we travel. Got to save the money. I'm like 90 miles north of the Texas border. I'm actually going down. I'm going on an amazing journey today, folks. By the way, I'm just going to, we're all over the map here. But I'm going down to these caverns right on the Rio Grande River. And people actually cross and they try to attempt to come all the way up this way in Alpine, which is on Highway 90. It's like 90 miles from the border, and they trek through all this land. And I'm going to go down there to the south, the Big Bend, like we said we were going to do. And then
We're going on an amazing journey with JLR. Buckle up, friends.
How many hours did he rent his room for?
Kyle asked how many hours did he rent his room for. I'm not sure, babe. I'm not sure. Kyle's definitely got his favorites, and JLR is one of them. Kyle, you want to see Kyle lose his shit? Make him listen to JLR. Steve, the fucking, oh my God. Aiden set Kyle over the top, especially considering he had a chapter of Turning Point USA at Penn State in 2018. Like, these are not his people. Kyle does not want to sit with these people.
Going up to this this little community called Presidio, and then make my way up to Marfa. Now, last night I went to Marfa. I'm looking for some Marfa lights. Have you ever heard of the Marfa lights? I went out there looking for the Marfa lights, and I didn't see any lights. So I don't know what's up with the Marfa lights. I don't know if they take the weekend off or what, but there was no lights out there last night.
The lights are out, JLR, just like you all the time. The lights are out. Nobody's home.
So I'm going to be straddling the border, going up to Marfa, and then heading to El Paso. But speaking of the parents of Sebastian Rogers, because as I'm on the road, ladies and gentlemen, we're still paying attention to these cases, right? And I'm sure you guys do the same thing when it comes to all these missing people cases. Periodically or regularly, you Google their names every morning to see if anything new or anything develops, pops up on the case, right? I know you guys do it, right? You guys are invested in certain cases, right? Certain cases where there's missing people or tragedies or unknowns, right? I do it all the time. Usually when I wake up in the morning, I do 2 of the following things. I look up Brian Kohlberger, Moscow, Idaho, see if anything is breaking on that or anything new or what people are saying. Summer Wells, always looking into the Summer Wells.
Alabama Mama 31. I have a lot of thoughts, a lot of personal opinions. I don't share them publicly very much because it's not up to me to solve this case, or my personal opinions on this aren't going to solve the case. So do I think that there's things that are sus? Absolutely, on both sides. 100%. But me pointing out things that I don't like or disagree with of the parents, or things that have happened potentially before Sebastian, aren't going to bring Sebastian home. So instead of getting caught up in the weeds there, I know my lane. I know I'm not going to solve a missing child's case. I think that profiting off of people's pain and the industry that it's become, and people being directed to true crime because that's where the money is. And you can see that any useful idiot can get involved, and people involve themselves in these cases and run too far. They are using the guise of, we need answers, to go real life on these families. The victims themselves, anybody that's associated with or might have even came in contact with these people, have been gone real life on. It is absolutely astounding. So I do have personal feelings on this. I talk about it with a close group of friends, but at the end of the day, my theories are not solid. I genuinely, at this point in time, follow the facts though, and the facts lead us to everything is on the table, but with no evidence of foul play. Is it possible Sebastian walked out on his own? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is it possible there was something more nefarious behind it, or somebody lured him out, or something of that nature? 100%. There is so much outside the possibility of the parents in this situation, and many people don't want to look at that because it doesn't make for a salacious story. So that's my opinion.
Wells case, Summer Wells still missing from Tennessee. TBI has two big cases that are unsolved.
Hold on. I don't know why it's trying to download this. Give me a second. Let me bump it off. I don't know why it's what it's trying to download. No, I don't want to download this. Stop, remove, delete. Why is it downloading all of these? I don't want to download these. What's it doing?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. JLR investigates.
Okay, sorry. For some reason, my computer decided that it wanted to download all of these and save them. No, thank you. No, I've already got a playlist. No, thank you. Okay, back to this. Sorry. I don't know why I decided it wanted to all of a sudden download all of them.
Your computer's still dying?
Yeah, and it's circling in.
Ever like that. So now I'm doing it with the Sebastian Rogers case because, seeing the images of this 15-year-old boy with autism and seeing his infectious smile, right? The guy looked like he was happy. Good pictures of him out there looking like a positive young man, had his whole future bright. Now, and I'm kind of saying it in past tense because, there is an Amber Alert out. He's an endangered child. It does not look good, people. Hey, Cookie Crunch. Good morning. Big coffee. Well, I didn't get coffee today, but I actually got McDonald's in Alpine. I was going to get some Texas barbecue breakfast sandwich or something like that, but nothing is open in Alpine in the morning except a local McDonald's. So we're going to rock with some breakfast burritos this morning. This was from my hotel. I do not like the hotel food here, by the way. All they have is some pancake mixer. It doesn't look safe, and some toast. So I decided to put some toast because we know that the parents, or not the parents of Sebastian Rogers, the mom, Katie Proudfoot, and the father, Christopher Proudfoot, the stepfather, are toast. They're literally toast. They need to come clean because they're going to figure this out, folks, very, very soon. And there's a lot of red flags.
Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Thank you for the support. Please don't ever feel like you need to super sticker or super chat to get anybody interested in, I'm sure that's a loved one's case. If you have something that you would like to reach out, there is people in this chat right now that I would highly recommend that are great as far as bringing awareness. That would be Duchess. I don't know if Arctic is here. He would be another one. I don't do true crime or cases like that, but I have people that I would absolutely suggest. Duchess would be the top one, or Arctic. Either one of them would be great. If you want to contact with one of them, Duchess is in the chat and can tell you how to get a hold of her if she pops back up. Arctic has taken her case. Okay, perfect. Arctic is amazing, and he works hand in hand with Duchess. So you're in a great spot. But please don't feel that you have to ever send a creator or anybody money to get them. Please don't do that. It sounds like you're probably going through enough as is. So please, I know you want to have attention to it, but people who care, you don't have to do that. So thank you for the support. But we will absolutely make sure that Arctic is great. Arctic is wonderful.
With those two also, just like there's red flags with the mother of Madeline Soto. We're eat a breakfast burrito. You ever get the 2 burritos at McDonald's, the 2 burritos, breakfast burritos? But instead of a coffee, folks, I got a Diet Coke because I do like the hotel coffee. So why get coffee at McDonald's part of your meal, right? When you can get a Diet Coke.
I mean, honestly, JLR food reviews, I might be here for that. I might be here for JLR food reviews. If I'm being honest, this might be the safest thing I've ever seen JLR do is talk about toast and breakfast burritos. I might be okay with JLR doing food reviews. It doesn't have a victim besides the burrito. I mean, hey, call me crazy, but JLR food reviews, perfect segment for him to do. Does he blink while he eats? I don't know. Does he like salsa on his burrito? I don't know.
That's something
I don't want to know, but we're going to find out, I'm sure.
Fresh in the drink, and then have see, I got coffee too from the hotel. It's all right. It's all right. By the way, folks, my friends, I got great sleuths, right? I got friends that are the best sleuths out there. Literally, I got people out there that work around the clock, digging in on these people, persons of interest, suspects, participants, players in these cases, the people surrounded these, these tragedies and these bad situations.
I've got a whole team of people digging into persons of interest. Meanwhile, law enforcement hasn't named suspects. There's no persons of interest, but he's got a whole team of people digging into all of the behind the scenes. He's got a whole group on Facebook that he moved over to this.
We got a group. We got a Sebastian Rogers group.
Enter the Facebook group. JLR's Facebook group, The Mysterious Disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. He had a pre-existing group on Facebook. Sorry, my kids are making noise. He had a pre-existing. Hold on just a second. He had a pre-existing Facebook group that he turned over, changed the name of, and started this group. This is how they completely continue to recycle rumors and all of the things that they're learning behind the scenes to build into content. This is exactly part of the formula. And he's showing you proudly. But this wasn't the first Facebook group. This was one down the road. The first private Facebook group was started on February 27th.
Please join, because we want our membership up, but the members in this group and the admins in this group are top notch. These are professionals. I really literally think these people could be, and I know some of them on a personal level, some of them I don't really know, but these people that run these groups, which I'm a part of, are the best of the best. They could be PIs because they get the goods. They get good stuff. They sleuth around the net and see what family members are saying and share all the speculation and all what's the latest in these cases ahead of the curve, ahead of the mainstream media. A lot of times mainstream media join the groups to get information, and then they do the reports based off what they see people saying in the group. Mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee. So please join. Here's the thing. Look for it on your Facebook search. But there's interesting because one of our admins, great admin right here, makes a post and says he was busy yesterday dropping stupid videos. And we're talking about Christopher Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian. He's missing, and he's posting. Christopher Proudfoot's making posts about things that have nothing to do with his son. Nothing to do with his stepson, just memes, like dumb memes of cars and stuff. Like, what is going on here? Yesterday and the day before. Now, we know some mothers out there, when their children are missing, every single day they're making posts on social media saying, where's my child? Please put my child's image and face out there. Please put all the information that you can do out there. Well, what does Christopher Proudfoot do? But his last two Facebook posts, nothing about Sebastian, but stuff about cars and memes and fun. I mean, what in the world's going on here? Priorities, dude. Priorities. And that's the point. Behavior. Oh my God, stop talking with.
Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. You are in really good hands with Arctic and Duchess. And if they need anything, they know they can reach out and I will do anything to help too. So wonderful group of people, though. You're in good hands there. Just be very careful, though, because there will be a lot of people that will exploit your already, what I'm assuming, I don't know the story, but your tragedy to the full extent and re-victimize you and your family. And that won't happen with Duchess and Arctic. So please be careful of who you do ask for help. I know at times when you're desperate for any awareness, you might overlook some of that, but just be careful, please, because this is a game to a lot of them. So
Tell them to stop eating online. It's gross.
Kyle's back. Good. Justice. I'm glad to hear that. Just be careful, because unfortunately, once the damage is it's so damaging and it happens so fast.
Food in your mouth. We're hungry for the truth. We're hungry to get information. We're starving to get answers. Literally, we're starving to get answers on what happened here with this case, Sebastian Rogers case. Where was the stepfather for the last 24 hours prior to when Sebastian got reported by his mom, Katie Proudfoot? Where was the stepfather, folks? The stepfather apparently went to work 3.5 hours away in Memphis. Authorities have put out that they're not only looking for surveillance from the morning of the 26th, but they're looking for surveillance going back into at least the 25th, Sunday. Why? No trace of Sebastian leaving his house, no scent, no surveillance, no nothing. So, it leads us right back to the people inside that home. Stepfather, mother. We saw the
Mimi, I do too. Spivey. Better benefit out of the long troll turning against Seth. I also think when Tony got involved, Tony came in as a cleanup crew, which pissed off people like Dolly and others. And JLR doesn't really take orders from anybody. He's big enough and he knows this game better than most. I mean, most of them follow JLR's playbook. So I think it was more beneficial to switch it up. I also think who he aligned himself with, I don't think he's out of the situation at all. I mean, he's back doing videos. But I think you have JLR and Nick, and then I think you have their trickle downs. And I think you have people playing games on all sides. You see a lot of people praising JLR and, JLR is great. And then they say, we don't care about people, we don't like people that go real life and do all this stuff. And he's done it all. He wasn't the first one to do it, but he's done it all. People are willing to overlook what they want from their favorite creator.
No, Pika.
Pika, he says he yelled across the kitchen. No, Pika.
Footage of their interview. Let's do a little JLR, and you guys can do a little bit of behavioral analysis, body language. The body language between the stepmom and the mom and the stepdad looks suspect to me. Mother was rocking back and forth, wouldn't look at the stepfather. Stepfather kept looking at the mother. Mother wouldn't return that favor. They're not touchy-feely with one another, hugging each other. The stepfather claims that the mother...
Spivey, people think that they're not friends any longer. I've had people argue with me about that. I don't think they're very parted of sorts. I think Nick does things to make people assume he's talking about JLR and Magnolia, but there's no action behind any of it. These guys are the long trolls. They know what they're doing. They did this professionally. They are opposition and they are Dexter. They are absolutely provocateurs for a profession. This guy, this is what he does. So it's interesting. But if you look at all the optics of it, there's a lot of shady shit and people aligned with a lot of shady characters.
The stepfather and the biological father all cooperated fully with the law, are all on the same page and working together. But the father, Sebastian's biological father, who works in law enforcement, by the way, thank you for your service. I know you're probably watching. We appreciate you. We believe that you're not involved. I don't believe the biological father is involved in any way whatsoever. No shape.
Wait, hold up.
Looks suspect to me. Mother was rocking back and forth, wouldn't look at the stepfather. Stepfather kept looking at the mother. Mother wouldn't return that favor. They're not touchy-feely with one another, hugging each other. The stepfather claims that the mother, the stepfather, and the biological father all cooperated fully with the law and are all on the same page and working together. But the father, Sebastian's biological father, who works in law enforcement, by the way, thank you for your service. I know you're probably watching. We appreciate you. We believe that you're not involved. I don't believe the...
Sure. JLR, you don't appreciate correctional officers. Come on. I mean, even though you did Fed time, I think you did Fed time, which is way more swanky for most people. But come on now, being an ex-inmate, you don't respect those correctional officers. JLR, stop fronting. Come on, stop fronting. I said long, L-O-N-G, the long troll. Like they are in it for the long game, not the long game. Well, it's kind of like throwing lawn darts at your foot and seeing which one's going to hit first, messing with JLR and Nick, truly.
Biological father is involved in any way whatsoever, no shape or form. He's 70 miles away. He loves his son. But the interview that the father gave points it back to the mother and the stepfather. I don't communicate with them. What's going on inside that household, in the Proudfoot household? Why does this Proudfoot guy have a bunch of DV stuff and divorce and messy stuff going on in New Mexico? Why does he flop around states? Why'd you get involved with multiple relationships? Who's covering for who? I actually got a tip. People think it's actually the mom.
Oh, really, sir? Let's talk a little bit here, JLR. Let's talk about the DV. That's not true. Not true. And here again goes to prove this whole situation of them being fed information that was not vetted for salacious details. Freaking, are you joking? Are you joking? Are you... Miranda, yes, he does. He has it majorly. Misophonia.
But I'm thinking it's too far into this where the father's already been in 5 different marriages. Why would he go to bat and try to cover for the mom if the stepfather's not involved? You think the stepfather would come totally clean and just say, I'll just go find the 6th wife. Throw her under the bus. I'll just follow the 6th. I'll just get a new wife.
Cat's eye like a garden gnome. Is that what you're thinking of as the garden gnomes? He is. Maybe he drives me nuts. I don't understand how people praise this man or his other half. I'm sorry, but no woman that ever accuses a man of sexual assault and is outed by the Washington Post will I ever have any respect for it. Let me say that loudly again. No woman that ever accuses, I don't care if they're a dirty politician or not, who have done heinous things. That doesn't give you a right to accuse them of shit and be busted out by the Washington Post. Nope. Sorry. Nope.
Something stinks. Doesn't pass the smell test. And we're thirsty to get the truth. I'm not a big fan of McDonald's. When you got your only option in a small town. Now, 6,000 people here in Alpine, 6,000 people. I went through some really small towns yesterday. Comstock, Langtry, Sanderson or something like that. Nothing to nothing. It's really remote out here. I actually did this county here. This is called Brewster. I'm in Brewster County, Texas. It's the biggest county in the state of Texas. It's huge. It takes up the entire Big Bend section. But covering the border.
By the way, that's not me beeping. That's Jill.
Migrant stuff, which I'm doing. And we're talking, again, we give you updates on the other cases. There was a landfill search in reference to Sebastian. And according to the media, see, there was weird because there was some fake news journalists out there that had the audacity to say the day they searched at the landfill, that night, he puts a tweet out and says, oh, they put a scent and they're going to be back the next morning, you know, as if, dun, 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 we found him. But then, you know, they cleared it. No evidence whatsoever. But it's good that they searched because, again, respect law enforcement for checking the dots and checking spots and scenarios and situations. They might check a well. Is there a well? What's the septic system? What's the septic system be under the house of the Proudfoot? Is Proudfoot still in the, or I'm sorry, is Sebastian still in the house? They got an attic? They got a basement? Proudfoot does crane work. Did he put this poor young man in the wall? Because unfortunately, I don't think this young man is still alive. Let's be real. You always want hope. You always want the best. You always want everyone a safe return. I don't think that kid walked out of the front door. I don't think the kid walked out of the back door. I don't think anyone came in the house and took this kid. Who else was at the house, of the Proudfoot house, over that weekend? Why am I always eating? Well, according to government studies, we must eat 2,500 calories a day, right, to survive, right? So we have to eat. See, I work around the clock, folks. I don't get much time to eat. When I eat, I want to share my eating experience with.
Oh my God, I know somebody else that works around the clock. Her name's BHB. Holy shit. I forget how annoying he was in the beginning of this.
You while I talk, while I keep covering cases. This is a 24/365 grind that we do on JLR Investigates. We take no days off, but we do got to eat. We do got to eat. And I eat kind of like a bird. Like I don't, well, I mean, you know, actually I don't, because I eat some big burgers sometimes on JLR Investigates, but I kind of pick here and there. It's all right. So now we have 2 cases out of the great state of Tennessee. Great state. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Tennessee, but that would be my 5th state I would go to. I love Pigeon Forge. I love gas.
Oh, JLR. This is how people. Hold on. This fucking video has 30,000 views. 30,000 views. And what is wrong with people? Is everybody okay? This is the best quality content you guys can find. I mean, it's better than me, I guess.
Gatlinburg area. I do not like Rogersville, Tennessee, though. That's one of the complications I've always said with the Summer Wells case, because she's still missing, is what's thwarting law enforcement in that case is digital evidence, because out there is so remote, you don't even get a cell phone signal. And I think that's the problem that law enforcement are stumped on. You might have the answers, digital footprints, very hard to get out there in Hawkins County, Tennessee. I literally could not.
Okay, hold on. Where's my OGs at in here? Because is this something, was this in the manual for Fupas on the Ground? Was eating on camera like a must to be in the group? Because Betty does it, Molly does it, JLR does it, Dolly does it. Is this like a Fupas on the Ground, how to lure people in with your annoying smacking sounds? Can they just get the band back together and stop fucking with everybody like they don't like each other? Can they just get the band back together? Can they go back on tour? It's like the Backstreet Boys. They broke up, but they never really broke up. Can the Fupas on the Ground just get back together for a reunion tour? I mean, I take that over some of the shit we've got recently. At least we know what to expect. Foul, nasty, gross buffoonery. Some of these new people, ugh.
Get a bar, and I had Verizon. It's tough. It's tough when these people go missing, when there's no street cams and every resident is all out there in the middle of nowhere and spread out. And
Moonlight View, yes, it's the relatable. This is the only thing JLR is relatable on is the smacking. I gotcha though. It's the relatable content. This is making JLR look normal. Okay, I can go with that.
There's no lights, nothing, no cell phone reception. It's very difficult to solve cases. So their case is a little bit of uniqueness and stuff like that. But we know who is involved.
Angel people think I'm crazy that I still believe they're all still buddies.
With Summer Wells case, we know
people forget that right before all of this kicked off, Molly was offering JLR and Betty an opportunity to become residents of the state of Pennsylvania so they could do all these lawsuits together. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The prime suspects in that case. We know, law enforcement knows, and we know the prime suspects know because the prime suspects are not cooperating with law enforcement. But now Tennessee got Sebastian Rogers. Now, who's going to get solved first? Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers? Wouldn't we like to wake up in the morning while we're Googling these cases and see that Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers get solved on the same day? Wouldn't that be something? If that happened, I would send the entire TBI, donuts and coffee, on me. JLR investigates. I don't care if they have 1,000 agents.
Kyle is fucking flipping his shit over here. Kyle cannot. For anybody new here, Kyle really does not. There's a few.
Seriously,
Here he
who holds a
comes.
burrito like that?
Here he comes.
You delicate little man. Fuck, oh dear.
Kyle's losing his shit. The last 2 days, he ran up the stairs so fast last night when I was reviewing that Laura Lodge guy.
That little carrot top, dude.
Yeah.
That guy needs hair club for men.
Don't say that because we also have toupee slippage attorney.
Those little fucking dorks last night were. I didn't even have a truck.
Kyle's breathing's better. Kyle's feeling better. Kyle sounds much better. Oh my god. He's sitting over here. He's in the same room as me. He's typing on his phone and he's just pissing and moaning the entire time. I've been on mute and he's like, fuck. Sorry, I can't help but laugh because watching Kyle's response to me reviewing this stuff might be even better than me reviewing this stuff at this point because all he's doing is just cussing. You love the emphasis on dork. And he gets so worked up he makes himself cough. Spivey, right? It's good though that he's working his lungs out here. We're good. Oh my gosh. CK, Pennsylvania has got some oof. Right, casual heart. Next time I need him to get up and go. Hey, I would assume it's probably in her husband's name. They're all saying they're glad you're feeling better. I know, Terry. You got 3 Steve videos to review. He's got to work his lungs up so he can do that. They're all saying, cough, get that ish out. I'm assuming it's in somebody else's name though, unless she's got like an LLC behind it. I'm not sure. I'm not shocked by it, truthfully. There's a lot of PA people that nope.
If they found Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers at the exact same time, coffee and donuts on me. TBI, all of you, every single one of you. I'll even buy you a breakfast burrito if you want one. Can't stereotype because I don't think all cops like donuts. I've actually offered cops donuts before and they say, no, I don't like the sugar. I'm a diabetic. I can't eat.
With JLR, this is kind of funny though. Watching JLR try to be relatable is
delicious.
Funny.
But this is Alpine. There's nothing really special here. I was going to take you on a tour, but I don't want to drive around. But I'm in the great state of Texas.
He's in the parking lot of his hotel. I'm gonna give you a tour right quick. What the hell, JLR? Did you put some quarters in your bed? Like quality content right here, friends. The Value Lodge.
And we got a lot on our plate today. Besides breakfast burritos, we got a lot on our plate today. Border coverage. One thing I do not like when I'm traveling, though, is I think I went through from Del Rio all the way to here, extensive time where there was no cell phone. And I got Verizon. It's supposed to be the best cell phone network in the country, Verizon. I never had a problem with Verizon, but I went an hour and a half without cell phone service, not even one bar. We have the technology out there. Let's get Verizon into the sky like Starlink. I cannot wait till we get to an era where we can live stream anywhere. We can live, some of the live streams, we had some really good stuff like Danilo Cavalcante. Remember the police search?
Oh yeah. You brought your friends with you.
I was so entrenched in the trails with the police on the front line looking for this convicted killer.
And your buddy Nick?
That the cell phone reception was all messed up. I wish it was better. But one day we'll have it. I think in the next few years, we will have it. But these two people, folks, okay, well, going back to the landfill search, no evidence related to missing teen found at Kentucky landfill. Authorities said no leads or evidence pertaining to Rogers' whereabouts were discovered during the operation. The search for evidence related to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers at a Kentucky landfill on Thursday yielded negative results, according to the Sumter County Sheriff's Office. While the search for Rogers continues.
So I've actually had that conversation with people. One of those being my sister, who did time in women's state prison. And she says Fed time's a whole different thing from what she knows. But she said usually they have protection if they have a good commissary bill. Truthfully, I don't know, though.
The search at the Hopkins County, Kentucky landfill is over after exhaustive efforts to find any evidence that would help them find the missing 15-year-old with autism. Imagine the fat parent, the mother and the stepfather really know what's going on, but bamboozling and scamming the entire country and claim, oh, we don't know, whatever, like that. And then making basically all those law enforcements and cops and volunteers.
Listen to this again. This is interesting, actually.
That would help them find the missing 15-year-old with autism. Imagine the fat parent, the mother and the stepfather really know what's going on, but bamboozling and scamming the entire country and claim, oh, we don't know, whatever, like that. And then
you guys want me to give you a really conspiracy theory tinfoil hat moment, since it's most of just the ones that I fuck with in here as of now anyways, and you guys will understand. There's been times that in this case that I have sat here and thought, have people been playing games right in front of our face the entire time? Like people are actually have been connected to Seth from the very jump, never actually had a falling out, because it's really interesting that Seth hasn't and his team haven't gone after certain people or added them to injunctions or anything like that. I always find it really interesting. Like JLR's never been gone after from the team. I mean, yeah, they doxed him. JLR's been doxed. I mean, none of that stuff impacts him. They've never put him on an injunction. He said more stuff about Seth Rogers. Was this all an act to make them think that he was against them so he could try to buddy up to the other side? Is it JLR or is it other people underneath JLR that have buddied up to other parents and are acting like they're in good with them? I don't know. That's how crazy this shit gets at times, and why I don't talk about my personal feelings on here very often, because I need the tinfoil all the time for these crazy thoughts.
Making basically all those law enforcements and cops and volunteers or whoever were out in that landfill in the stinky trash for days looking for this kid, when the prime suspects clearly know what happened with this young boy and leading them on a wild goose chase. It's sick. It's disgusting. That's why whoever's responsible with this case should get the DP alone just for wasting law enforcement's time and resources.
Talking about the death penalty, and there's a child missing, and we have no indication that anything even nefarious happened to him. Who does that sound like? Dog the Bounty Hunter? Who used that same stuff recently when he came into this case talking about the death penalty? Dog the Bounty Hunter? I really wish parents in this case, honestly, if any of them listened, which I don't think they would ever listen to any of us, I wish they would be very careful, because I think a lot of people are playing games with parents. Truthfully. And it makes me sad because we don't know what happened. But this is the game. This is how they are. Tebow, I do too. I believe that. I can't prove it yet, but trust and believe. I'm working to disprove my theory. And so far, I'm getting closer to proving my theory than disproving my theory. And that's a scary spot, because if what I believe is true, a lot of people are being played games with right in front of us by people that a lot of people would never want to see it.
You're out there looking in the trash. Who wants to go and, kudos to law enforcement for digging through that trash. They got to put on like contamination suits. I've seen the same thing with Quentin Simon. Quentin Simon, the little boy out there in Chatham County, Georgia. The mother put Quentin Simon in the dumpster. They were searching landfills for days. They had to wash off every day. They had to put on all these clothes and suits. It's stinky. It's hot.
That's when Molly and Justin got the hazmat suit sent to them off their Amazon wish list, and they thought they were going to go out there in the landfill with them too. Yeah, crazy.
It's disgusting. And that's what the people were just doing at this landfill, looking for Sebastian Rogers, where the people responsible are person or persons. And I think it's a conspiracy. I think it's two people, and we know who the prime suspects are. Let's be real. Last people that were with this boy.
CK, I actually have got a bunch of stuff pulled up for a whole segment on the Lore Lodge and his watch list for college professors. I've got a whole list of things that I think are pretty interesting, and it's all public documents. It's all published works of his stuff, so none of it's going real life. But I find it really intriguing because this whole entire group has a very extremist theme too. Very extremist theme, which people hate when I mix that stuff together, but it's right there in front of us. All of these people, you mix it in with, true crime is what brings in the money. You mix in with these extremist conspiracy theorists that are willing to do all these things, and here we are.
Last people were with this boy. Fess up. Come forward. Come clean. You're wasting law enforcement's time. It's not going to go good on you down the line. You don't want to bamboozle police all the time.
And I feel that on both sides, Spivey. I feel that people are exploiting Seth on his green team, including Tony and Nick, and even Dog the Bounty Hunter. Truthfully, I don't think Dog the Bounty Hunter is highly involved, though. I think Dog the Bounty Hunter is basically by name only and some appearances for his face. But I think both sides. I think that on both sides, I think people are using Chris and Katie and have leveraged themselves aligned with Chris and Katie to exploit them. And I think the same is being done to Seth. I think both sides, the red and green team, are both doing it for content, which is sad. It's truly sad.
Stuff's going to be harder on you in the criminal process once you're held accountable. They will find out what happened to Sebastian for sure. They will find out. They will find out, just like with Summer Wells. They'll find out.
Even though Summer Wells is still unsolved and still missing, but go on, JLR.
It's disgusting. It's shameful. I don't have children, but I get a soft spot when I see these children go missing, because it's like, these are our future generations. They're precious people. They're innocent people. The children have their whole life ahead of themselves, and their dreams and their life gets snuffed by greedy.
Oh, Mimi, absolutely not. Yeah, that is not what we're saying. We are not saying both things are true. He's being exploited, exploiting and continuing the re-victimization and the continued abuse of his ex-wife. Absolutely. All things are happening in this. He is absolutely responsible for a lot of, and signing up for this, 100%. He made these choices to get in a line with these people. I also think he's being exploited at the same time. It's a back and forth, but both things are true. Like, he is a willing participant too. Oh, 100% Revival. I feel like it's almost weird. The way he gets so excited, like the chicken party thing that he does with Chris and Kate, it is so grimy. It is unreal, but he's like that with every one of them. It's so crazy to me to listen to people like bitch and moan about what UA did, which was horrible, going after Seth's work records unneeded. Like, she's a resident. If she would have kept that shit to herself and handled it, you know, as a resident or whatever, I had no problem with that. No problem whatsoever. It was releasing it and doing the calls to Betty's, like the continuation. As far as a resident and FOIA and stuff, I have no problem with. It's how it was brought for content that I have a problem with. But Justin doxed an SA victim right down to her social security number. And then he did a fake apology. He attempted to unblur Kylie Rodney's body or find a spot where it was unblurred. He announced that a Marine veteran had passed away with no indication whatsoever. Maybe because they wanted to start vetting searchers. Because after the RSO was out there, part of their team, and brought out there to search for Sebastian and be a part of their team, and they had that slap him in the face because here was an actual RSO searching for them, a part of their team. Chloe wanted to start vetting people, and he didn't want that. You see who he picked for his team. Holy shit. Dear Terms of Service. That's truth and transparency, right? Docs all the jury members of a convicted criminal, social security number and all. Holy shit. Is there a video of that, dear Terms of Service? Yeah, Spivey, 100%. Well, they know how to make the money. It's how they make their money. People love this. Oh, great. I'm going to watch that. God, I can't believe that. Do you know what channel it is on, Dear Terms of Service?
Disgusting, despicable people. Sad. We need to protect them. That was an interesting breakfast rant, right?
NJ Robin, he's not the only, like, I don't know if he was at the insurrection or not, but there is some other people that involved themselves into this from TikTok that were also proud insurrectionists too. I'm not even joking. Yeah, Lynn does do great work. I really like Lynn.
So what we learned today is Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, they're toast.
Corey, when did she dox Eddie? Wait, what? Eddie was just on her panel the other day when I was, what? Oh. Toxicity of social media. Thank you. Crazy.
Up, come forward, come clean. Stop wasting law enforcement's time and resources.
May, it's Lana from Truth and Transparency. Eddie got the boot yesterday. She doxed Eddie, though? That can't be right. She didn't dox him. That's got to be incorrect. It was Ben George she doxed. Oh, no, I don't. She wouldn't dox Ben George. He's one of her biggest money makers. Ben doxed himself, you guys, months ago when he was being accused of being somebody else. He showed himself and all that stuff. And yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, she's been okay. I see what you guys are saying. Yeah, he showed himself a long time ago to prove something to everybody that he wasn't so-and-so and gave out way too much information, personal information. So he put his full name. He's been under his, yeah, he did that months ago though. Yeah, he doxed himself months ago, you guys. He did that a long time ago. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, he put out when he was being accused of being, who was he being accused of being to begin with? Chris? Was he accused of being Truth and somebody? I think he was accused of Chris. I'll have to go find it. But he went and showed some videos and something of his own page and did a bunch of shit and said a bunch of shit months ago. She said Eddie's first name and last name. Okay. Good God. I can't verify any of this stuff in the comment section. So if you want, go watch that stuff yourself. But I don't know what happened because I obviously haven't watched it. But I would say Ben doxed himself months ago. And for me, once you've been doxed or doxed yourself, you've been doxed. That's how I feel about it. It's not like this continual roller coaster of constant.
Just do what's right. If one of you did something, if one of you is the lesser of two evils, turn on the other. Turn on the other. If one of you only discarded something or hid something, turn on the other. Whoever did the dirty deed is going to get the full scope of the law. Whoever did the lesser of the evil could maybe get out of jail one day.
He's back to his toast as a prop.
Or out of prison one day. Unless they both did it. But they're toast. We know they're toast. Let's be real. We real on this channel. We call it out.
So this is March 10th. He comes on here doing this. You really believe that he switched up his opinions? You really believe that he switched up his opinions? Yeah, that's one of her big money makers. So I don't think so. What's shocking to some people is that Betty was involved on March 10th. So we're going to end it off with Betty. Betty was actually involved on March 10th. Granted, it was just a short little video, but let's look at this. Yes, he did OG Shorty. Yep. He'd been covering this, I think, from the 5th or the 6th. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I don't have them. Yeah, depending on what you add to it, maybe it can up the docs or be a redox. But if it was just his name, he put that out months ago, months and months ago. I'd have to see what it was to even be able to verify what was actually done. If it was just his name, he did that months ago. So
a lot of
and gave out a lot of information. But this is March 10th.
Issues going on with this case that are now flooring detectives and the family. I've been monitoring the case of Sebastian Rogers. He's a boy that went missing in Tennessee. His mom has a message.
Love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Search into the 15-year-old's disappearance.
I mean, think of it. It's not far off. We know how the playbook goes. JLR started a Facebook group where all the salacious details and rumor mill have started to compound. On March 10th, he's promoting it publicly, saying, we've got a group. We've got a group. So, and then here comes Betty covering this. Come on. Come on now. We know that this is exactly what they wait for, is all of these creators will run and jump into those groups so they can get all the information and build salacious rumors into content. This is right up Betty's alley. Belly. Yep.
Has all failed. This is a boy that has autism. He's a high functioning autistic individual, and the parents are coming under heavy fire right now because it is leading to believe that foul play is involved.
Even though everything from law enforcement up until this time and all of the media says the parents have been cooperative. There was no indication of foul play besides some mainstream media posts, some salacious rumors.
But here is something that the stepfather had to say early on in the investigation.
Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand.
Many here in the public are just concerned about the well-being of Sebastian Rogers and would like to see him come home and come home safely.
Yes, this is the group that eventually down the road she does lose her access to and loses her ever-loving mind over.
However, the boy has been missing for a significant amount of time, and now this particular case has led investigators to a landfill. Landfills appear to be the most promising place for parents to dump their children because this is not the first time. I was on scene at the Leilani case.
And how did we know that that was going to be the crossover to make a lot of these people jump?
This was related to her 20-month-old son, Quentin Simon, which was found in a landfill. Leilani Simon is behind bars. Also, Elijah Vu. He has not been found yet. He's missing from Two Rivers, Wisconsin. And also the detectives and the investigators in this case have gone to the landfill and are currently doing a landfill search. Now that we know that foul play is perceived in this case,
again, that is not correct.
We're going to take a look at the parents' interview. Please stay tuned and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Bullhorn Betty channel here on TikTok.
So she first initially started covering this on TikTok, and then she would move her content over to YouTube. And she at first wasn't really heavy into it, but further and further, she gets further and further into it. And as of May, she is full on green team. After her and JLR had the falling out, then she became a fully vested member of the green team. Shocking, huh? Not really. Not really. Yeah. Crazy to watch all this stuff. It's crazy to watch it all. And then we also have the Pascal show on the 10th, but I think I'm going to wrap it up here because we've been here 4 hours already. These are really long because there's just so much to get through and talk about, because people don't realize the foundation of this case was built off of rumors from the rumor mill, the inside sources, and that never stopped. But it started way sooner than people even want to realize. You go back and look at the basis of all of these cases that have gotten attention in social media, and they're built the same exact way. Fallacious discussion groups filled with rumors and misinformation. I will add this one to the playlist too, so you guys have them all on a playlist. Let me see. What do I have of Duchesses that I can play for you guys? Let me go find a Duchess. Let me go find one. A TikToker. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Where is it? Let's see. Which ones? I don't know which ones are new. Okay. We'll just go. We'll go over here. Let's see. What does Dutch have for us?
Before I hunt you down, grab your chin and kiss your lips.
Well, I'm not really sure what we got here, but it looks interesting from 20 hours ago.
You bring me back, I lay it down and grab your hips.
I didn't see this one before, but Duchess, what are you doing?
We lose all control, and before you know,
who is this?
I put a spell on you.
Oh.
You're mine. I've got a hold on you, at least for the night.
He's not bad.
You know I can't help myself.
That was kind of unexpected content from Duchess. Okay, let's see what else. What it's like being a creator, a YouTube creator, when I tell people I'm listening to true crime, but really it's a YouTube puzzle I can't figure out. Oh shit, I'm on the bus. Uh-oh. Lit. Dr. Phil. Look who made it. Silver's on the scene and Steve. Betty and who? No. It's funnier every freaking time I watch this shit because I catch. Oh, Duchess. Her, hey, Wilby, her TikToks are always great, you guys. If you're on TikTok, go follow Duchess on TikTok. It's freaking hysterical. It's truthful too. I don't know if I'll have to mute that or not. It'll probably, I don't even care. But if it ends up being muted, you know why. It should, hopefully it won't block it. Sometimes the worst that happens is it blocks it in certain countries, but that was great.
Get out of the garage.
Oh, here comes Kenzie. I'm being kicked out of the garage now
Tell your
too.
cats will not come around if you're in here.
I gotta move because the cats won't come around if they. I know it's so stupid. That just, and it only does it like certain countries too. I don't care if it hits me for a copyright or does the shared. Like, I don't give a shit about any of that, but it just drives me nuts because it'll block it in certain countries. It's silly. It's silly. But I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. I might see you tomorrow. Got a few things I want to talk about. I do want to, well, I guess I could do it tonight still. I've got the energy and the time, but I probably won't do it tonight. I'll probably wait till tomorrow. I hope you guys have a wonderful night on YouTube if you are off to move around. And if not, get some good rest. We've got a whole shitstorm coming into the 11th because holy shit, from the 11th on comes panel appearances. And it goes no turning back from there. Oh, revival. This time of night is hard for me too but I did get dinner for Kyle, dogs fed, all of that during this. So thank you guys. Thank you, Smiles. Thank you, Moonlight. Thank you all. Thank you all for the support in this too. A lot of you came in late, but those of you that have been here from the beginning, thank you for being here through the beginning of this and letting me vent. If you have questions, ask me. Like, I don't have nothing to hide. Once again, I'm not showing you every detail, but I'm showing you the exact same thing she showed you, which is weird as is. But if you have questions about stuff, if you want to know, ask me. I have no problem, but I'm never going to apologize for, I'm not going to feel bad and I'm not going to apologize. Not one bit. That's it. That's all. All right. Have a great night, you guys. Thank you again for all the support. You guys are very highly appreciated. Good night, y'all.